Oh, nice. Yeah.
And commissioners, we are live.
Okay. I call this May 9th meeting of the Riley County Commission to order. Please, everybody, join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everybody. What a beautiful morning it was this morning.
Yeah, most pretty.
If we could have a whole summer full of this, I would be a happy camper. That was like 48 degrees,
So I said plus 20.
plus 20, a little too cold for you.
Yeah.
Oh.
I had a coat on.
That's all right. It's better to have a coat on than to be 80 degrees and
Yeah,
the opposite way.
I always
Which
take the
is
coat
kinda-
off, so
there's only so much you pick off.
that was true.
Yeah, we don't need to go there. On that note, I think we'll just move right into public comment this morning. Anybody got anything? Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resources Director, and I just wanted to let you know, we were notified this morning about 8:15 that the capers and KP&F rates will be changing for 2025. Generally, we have those rates a year and a half because the employer's rate changes mid-year, the employee's rate changes at the beginning of the calendar year. However, they are telling us that because of House Bill 2711, the capers retiree death benefit is moved to $6,000. And therefore, our rates will be changing. We had been set for a capers rate of 9.60. And it's going to go up. It's going up less than 0.5%, which is the good news, but it's going up 0.11%. So that will affect ours. It'll end up at 9.71. And then KP&F, we had it set for 25 at 24.61, which is already pretty high. That will go up to 24.67. Now, of course, we just got it, so we haven't been able to run any of the numbers. We are going to look at everyone's total historic cost of benefits and see if we can see what we have to do to be able to not necessarily make an adjustment to personnel, the total bottom line, but I need to work with Brittany and find out. But I wanted you guys to be aware of that.
Is that just the employers, just the
Yes,
employees that
Well,
have changed? or
yeah,
they
that's
haven't?
exactly right. It's just the employer's
Oh,
portion.
okay.
Yeah, the employees will stay at the 6%.
And still underfunded by like 20% or something.
Well, and I don't have that number, but Rich and I are talking about, I don't know if you remember, Michelle has been advising on a group for KAC HR about really getting rid of that capers 3, which is I shouldn't say that's necessarily what they're focused on, but that has been what we have been lobbying for because it's really not a great benefit. And it also is difficult to fund and manage 3 different retirement plans because we have capers 1 still that no one can qualify for, just the current employees who are in capers 2, which is less of a benefit than 1, but a better benefit than 3. So we're trying to maybe if we can consolidate that and help with the management funding. I mean, we could be hopeful.
There were a couple of legislators, things that I saw that they were even talking about.
Yeah.
The 3 is just not good.
State treasurer has been, even when he was in the legislature, they've been trying to work on that for about 6 or 8 years.
I know. I know it has had some movement. They did have, I mean, she went and testified, and so they've had some sessions really focused on capers 3, but it these things could take.
Yeah, fixed costs.
Yeah, and our hope is that what they'll do is, grant or kind of backtrack it retroactive, so that everyone that's on a 3 would be absorbed into a 2, which will be work for everyone, but it'll be a much better benefit, and it will help us be more competitive. Capers 3 just isn't a recruitment and retention tool at all. Thank you, commissioners.
You have anything else? Okay, we'll close off public comment for the morning then and move on to commission comments. Start with Commissioner McKinley.
Tuesday evening, I attended my granddaughter's band concert, middle school. They did a good job. Well, those events are starting to make me feel old. I'm going to attend my grandkids' events and I'm meeting our employees attending their kids' events. Generational difference there. Then Wednesday, I met with Brittany and Elizabeth, go over some of the budget items and then spent some time going over stuff for today's meeting. That's all I got.
Commissioner Boki.
Okay, well, Monday evening, like most of the rest of us, I spent watching the radar and preparing to go into the storm shelter, which I took too much in there. But anyway, fortunately, the storm wasn't as bad as the week before. So I was, as soon as I heard it was in the Ogden area, I went to the shelter. Because I'm close, I'm southwest. Anyway, Tuesday stayed around the house as I had some workers there, and so I caught up on some projects that I've been putting off. Kind of enjoyed the day too. Wednesday, I came down to the office, met with Russell Stuckey for various reasons. Main one was to personally assess the windows, moisture, and other items of need in this building. We toured most of the spaces. I was appalled at the lack of maintenance. I don't know if you all have done that yet. Looked at all the windows and the gaps and air. It's just amazing. So, but we definitely need to address this. And I know we're looking for a bid from John Ellerman soon. I hope he said he had it. So, anyway, let's see. That's about, let's see, today, yeah, we've got lots of things to do, so that's about it for me. I did spend time in the office yesterday, really reviewing everything. After I met with Russell.
Okay, well, as for me, hopefully everybody's certified Mother Nature's onslaught. Looked like the National Weather Service did indeed confirm an EF0. I actually didn't know there was an EF0. I thought it actually started at 1, but I haven't gotten used to this, and it's been in place for 17 years, this new EF scale, and they do it by damage now instead of wind speed and forward wind speed like they used to. I think they both need to be incorporated. That's just my meteorological perspective this morning. But anyway, I'm not a scientist. I chose politics. I don't know if that was the right call or not, but whatever. But anyway, that tornado was down in the Hunters Island area, and apparently somebody did see something over in the Ogden area. Working out in Florence, it shell shocked everybody on second shift, but it was pretty good. So anyway, yeah, sustained winds of 85 miles an hour. Thankfully, very minimal damage to trees and somebody's irrigation infrastructure out there took a hit. I don't think anything of ours out at the transfer station was damaged. Or I think we would have heard about it. So, got very, very lucky. I saw it come over my area over at Northview, and it was just a big black blob. It wasn't really even circulating. It was just kind of there, but it moved over into Pot County, and I was more concerned for Westmoreland than I was very concerned about that. So anyway, thankfully it all passed. Hopefully we're through with Mother Nature at this point in time. We just get rain. So hoping for rain. I got 1.5 inches out of all this latest whatever. So anyway, also on Monday during the lunch hour, had lunch with Reed Petty from Senator Moran's office. He's working for Senator Moran and Congressman Mann now. And Tyler Mason from Senator Marshall's office over at El Patron, catch up on some military relations items, discuss some recent bills and laws and impacts from the Kansas legislature. They were curious about federal funding grants that have come through recently, including Keats and Ogden, and then some others that are still out there and being evaluated right now. And always like having the opportunity of just trying to chat and see where things are kind of landing there. Yesterday, listened in on NACO's national teams call with the Community Economic and Workforce Development Committee. After some opening remarks from our chair, Martha Schrader, commissioner from, you named it, Clackamas County, Oregon. I think that's my favorite county.
You just try to work that in every
month. I'm gonna work that in. I think that's my favorite named county out of 3,069 across the country. It just rolls off the tongue. Clackamas. It just rolls off the tongue.
You may have to visit that.
I actually visited with her when I was in NACO in February, and I told her I was really, really amused, and she got a kick out of it. So yeah, so we've had a conversation. Our first guest speaker was Ann Turner, the senior project officer from Claremont Lincoln University. We didn't know that was a thing. She discussed an upcoming opportunity with the Vibrant Communities Fellowship Program. And then our second speaker was Noah Sachs. He's a trial attorney, Civil Rights Division with the United States Department of Justice. He discussed the Religious Land Use and Institutional Personal Acts Review and Resources. And I forgot something in there. I have to go back on that one. It's a long acronym. Finally, Michael Matthews, our legislative director with the committee, and NACO gave us his usual update from Capitol Hill. If you weren't paying attention, a lot was going on yesterday, particularly on the House side.
Oh, yeah.
Ridiculous. Anyway, won't go into all that. Finally, we closed out our meeting with just some open dialogue and discussion. Last evening, I attended business after hours. It was hosted by the K-State Alumni Association. We heard everything that the association is working on, including their official 150-year anniversary celebration. That's going to be taking place in September, on September 27th. Put that down on your calendars. It's going to be free beer, margaritas, food, Willie the Wildcat, Coach Tang, Coach Kleiman, maybe. Of course, that is football season, so you have to see on that. Whole list of things going on there. Don't know the time, don't know all the details yet, but sounds like a pretty happening time there at the Alumni Center, and we'll have it opened up for tours and stuff too, if you want to check it out. So just something to think about. Got a chance to catch up with some folks from the university as well as the business community, caught up with some new people, met some new people, typically how that goes. And just lastly, wanted to mention that United States Senator Jerry Moran will be at the RCPD Law Enforcement Center Monday morning. Of course, we'll be here from, he'll be there from 10 a.m. to 10:45 to announce the most recent funding for RCPD. They're getting a $250,000 grant for some equipment upgrades. So yeah, for me, I even spoke to Director Pete last night about this and said it's always good when we can get some extra federal resources locally to help facilitate some things for the safety and the needs of the community. So I'm going to end on something positive this minute. So that's all I got.
Ready for business, commissioners?
Yeah.
Raleigh County Personnel Action Forms. Jacob Durflinger, new hire, Facilities and Grounds Tech 2, Public Works Department. Hunter McCullough, new hire as needed volunteer firefighter stipend, and Patricia Clasberry, a new hire as needed election worker. All three sign, please.
Like a dash or a slash or something on that fire. It just doesn't look right.
On the what?
2004 and 5 fire.
Yeah.
And then the person's name, it just doesn't look right. I know what it means.
Mhm. Any items for the joint city county meeting, commissioners?
Is that held here?
It's gonna be at the city and it's gonna be on the EV readiness program. And I'm gonna ask that we just cancel that. I'll get with Jared personally, since we're having an NPO meeting and we'll be discussing that next Wednesday anyway. That's a long, long day.
Yeah,
Commissioners in agreement with requesting cancel?
I'll get with him personally on that and say, hey, can you just talk about it in June? I'm pretty sure Jared will understand.
well, we should be hosting that meeting. It's our turn.
It says city.
I know, but we should be hosting it because we had it the last 2 times there. I know one of them we weren't able to do it and then they held theirs. I'm pretty sure.
I can't keep track of it. It's just-
I think, well, I know.
You might be right. You might be
Yeah, I
right.
think we
Yeah,
should be
definitely says city.
Yeah.
Well, we did have one here.
We did
Yes.
one, but it's
So you know, June 20th, it does say county. I checked ahead.
okay. All right. We get caught up.
I know we've canceled a couple of them
Yeah.
and there was topics for one of them, so I get kind of lost in the fray.
Yeah. And we don't change the rotation cycle because the rotation cycle is set annually. It's not set after each meeting.
Gotcha.
So everyone knows and has rooms reserved. That's why. But yeah, you're right. It's the impact of canceling some.
Good Morning Manhattan at 7:15 and then along budget hearing. Last thing I really want to talk about is anything else after that, to be quite honest with
Yeah.
you. Just
Commissioners, any changes to the minutes?
I did send in comments, but it didn't make it. And I don't know, I checked my email and I sent it, but she didn't get it. And I said,
Right, all the security we got.
I don't know, I was in the
Cut
meeting.
down some of our security, because some of the usual websites and stuff that we get, can't get on anymore. I get it, totally. It's-
Mhm.
But anyway, yeah, that's the only thing. There are comments, and she
A lot of
said
these are
yesterday
mainstream
she
ones.
was gonna.
Well, she can always put it on with
Yeah.
a later day or two, so.
Move to approve the minutes of the May 6th meeting.
I would second that.
We moved and seconded to approve the minutes from the May 6th meeting as written. All in favor?
Tentative agendas look okay, commissioners?
A little long, can we?
I agree. I agree. Any items for next week's press conference?
Yeah.
Okay, commissioners, next you have Mr. Holman up at 9 o'clock.
Looks like they got that second window cut out, huh?
They did.
Looks like it's a little bigger than all the other ones.
Well, it's
Well,
because
you have
they
to
had to
cut
take
wide
the
to
brick
get
out.
Oh, I gotcha.
They're working on that lintel. That's what I'm saying. They got 3 of those lintels. They cut some other stuff. Because there was 3 of those lintels laying down there, or have been for a couple of weeks.
I was wondering about that too.
Yeah, there's one other window they're cutting out that I know of.
Oh,
Mhm.
they're big, heavy,
Mhm.
block.
Saw those.
They're down there cutting off about that much of it when I came in this morning.
They've actually got drywall up now.
Seen them moving that when I was driving down here the other day.
Is that for security reasons? Like drivable?
A lot of times they do that for fire code.
Yeah.
Give you more time resistance in case of a fire.
I drove past the EMS site too. I see bear dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I talked to Kelly Carl last night from the BHS and asked one of the members of staff would David can maybe start putting together a monthly update. I know there'll be ebbs and flows with that
Yeah,
project,
they
so
should be getting monthly meetings with them.
Mhm. I like him, and then the young guy that we got for the project manager here, that Talon Clausen, I like him a lot. Young kid, but he's very good. He's on top of it with Icon. Never dealt with Icon before, but I like him a lot.
the first thing about it, in kind of set.
You still got something.
Yeah, it said it failed. Yeah. It closed.
That you were talking. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That looks like it is yours, just based on it's got the seal. I don't, you can see that through the.
First time I sent it said it failed, so yours probably did too. So,
I'm trying to avoid doing my usual having 7 things come through.
yeah. This time of the year, I really kill trees.
Still, for me, the best way to read a relatively long document, I cannot get through one on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do a page. Don't you want to stack something?
My wife, she reads a lot and she reads everything on her tablet.
I've gotten to the point where I can do both, but I kind of,
My wife had one. Those things to read books on with a tablet.
Kindle.
That Kindle, she had one of those for a while. And I tried reading on it, I
I can't do it.
couldn't do it,
I don't think it disrupts your sleep if you're doing it because of the light
I
itself.
like, yeah.
Some say, I mean, I know it's subject to debate, but I tell her that when she has trouble sleeping, it's not a popular thing to say. They don't work.
Well, my wife is, I think she's always reading stuff on her phone, like. If I need something, I can pull up. I'll scan a few things on there, but.
I got it.
Yeah.
I have the ability to make notes on something. Trying to. Beautiful. You hear about the new iPhones coming out in September? They're telling people not to buy one right now because the ones in September are gonna have all of their products, they're moving all their products, and they're gonna include AI. When you buy it, it will have AI.
I don't have, stuff.
Yeah.
I would again. Verizon sent something, oh, newest Samsung, we can get a deal, it's, you know.
Also,
And I went in there, well, but not on your plan. Well, then why did you send me the notice saying I could get one for $5?
every upgrade offer I've ever had, ever, is always wrong when I go to the location.
I go in there, like, oh no, this is your plan.
My last phone I turned in, it was old enough, I couldn't even get it. I was willing to accept $7 because they were saying that's it, you get at least $7. You don't get a new phone and all this. They wouldn't even give me $7.
Really? Now, what's all these advertisements? Free phones, free
Yeah,
phones.
yeah, there was, yeah,
Well,
they wanted, this mine isn't great, but it still works, so.
It looks like this. It starts acting.
I did one, this was several years ago. You know, when they sent me things saying I could get 3 phones and I mean, it's just, it's. In 3 months, your phone doesn't work on our CD. It was 3G and now it's all 4G. Anyway, said, if you punch your phone doesn't work on our system, you have to get a new phone. Oh,
well, then
okay.
give it to me.
Yeah, well, I did get a pretty good deal that time.
Yeah. Well, they make you sign up for another 3
2
years or
years,
2
yeah.
years. Yeah, that's the catch.
When they upgraded the fiber in our neighborhood in that area. For months, it was, oh, it's, you know, it's a free upgrade, usually it's voluntary and all this stuff. And then you're getting, it's voluntary, but your internet won't work if you do. That's your fault. If you don't sign up.
Well, I'm kind of wondering if you know, like in my neighborhood have all these big towers hit in the yards for, not towers, but about this tall. Big things for the AT&T and Cox. If you don't use them, are they gonna take the price down? I don't know. Because there's.
Well, that's my internet now. I've got Verizon internet.
Yeah. I don't even use it.
I don't have wire. There's no, you know, I don't have wire coming to my house. It's just all over the air
Yeah,
internet. But,
mine too. Yeah.
and that's what I told that one guy, because T-Mobile didn't working on there. But Verizon has a tower that I can see out my door. Because they said, when they had started this new Verizon internet thing, they said, you have to see if you're eligible, because it's only in certain areas. Oh yeah, you're right next to the tower. It's as fast, almost as fast as what the fiber was. So,
Not an option for me.
and it's a lot cheaper.
And well, WTC is supposed to come into our neighborhood real soon.
Can't wait when it comes in.
I know. They've gone all the way up the streets and they're starting to do all the
So
subdivisions.
they're working the WTC, whoever it is that got Keith's. They're starting to like put the cable in up there.
Yeah,
That's
that's
Twin Valley.
Twin Valleys, yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That's what Riley's, he said two, we had two
I was on a call with the Office of
hardware, the phone, one had been the cable TV, this Twin Valley, and then, no, Twin Valley was the phone. And the Eagle was the cable, and they both had internet. But
Well, it keeps really needed it. So they I had checked a couple of places to see if they could coordinate with our engineer up there, make sure we don't have to tear everything.
yeah, we don't, they're all through on.
Yeah.
Well, at least it'll be a clean document.
Nobody sees it.
Unintended.
Most of that would be in public. Right away.
She put your bridges on top.
No, this is all the security stuff, John, you're talking about, ate lunch at my desk, and that's when I get caught up on all the local, state, national news, and I can't even get to the site if I do that.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, it's all right. I use, on here on my laptop, I'll usually use Microsoft Chrome. Or. No,
Google Chrome.
yeah. And that's the only one I can use now. Because the new update on there, it's
Really?
blocked, it's blocked. And I get why, it's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is the world we
Not
live in.
complaining about it.
It is the crazy world we live in.
You heard Wichita's been hit.
Had not heard.
Their city,
City website got
yeah.
ransomware.
That's where,
And then something else down there just got hit too the last couple of days.
You know, and that's when we got to know.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, that's what that's related to.
that's why I saw on the news this morning, ladies talking about, have 16 or 18 character unique, it's talking about
Passwords.
security passwords and understand they're difficult, but here's the systems the automated systems to remember your passwords, to access your passwords, but you gotta have a password to get into that.
When I was saying with the multi-factor, you don't want to just have it like text or email to you, you want to have them both. And I'm like, I ain't gonna remember all that.
Lord.
Oh,
I'm not gonna
no.
remember all that.
Yeah, I write those stuff down in the.
I think it's time you're gonna have to do like thumbprint or something very, very unique to each person, because you just can't. Nobody's gonna present for all of that. And I get why, but anyway. Fancy.
So let's get carried away.
Good morning, commissioners. Here with your IT update.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Get everybody.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I don't really have anything to update you with on pending matters. I'd be glad to answer any questions you've got, but I can at least give you a little bit more free time this morning. Based on just continuing to work on various projects. Moving things forward, looking forward to having the new deputy county council Brian Parker start on next Monday.
Good deal.
You'll get a chance to meet him. They'll be here at the meeting. Yeah, you have that.
No, I'm glad that transition happened quickly for you.
More than me.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Thank you.
You say his last name's Parker?
Parker. And it is Bryant, which a lot of times I'm not clear enough about that. He got it, it used to be
B-R-Y-A-N-T?
B-R-Y-A-N-T. And I'm gonna have to get some commitment that it's actually him and not his brother showing up for a little bit.
I had just heard, some couple had 4 identical quadruplets that was not any medical assisted or anything, and they said what the odds were of that.
my
The
goodness.
odds were, because so many times people are getting fertilization assistance and that. and This was none of that. 4 identical
Wow.
twin girls.
Good.
Really premature.
They did not
They
say.
didn't
They
say.
did not say.
Might as well file bankruptcy right now. Do a total reorganization.
Yeah, they had 2 before that.
Wow,
2 kids.
Oh my goodness.
it's amazing. Tell them a twin thing.
So
They
We're
had-
gonna need
Have a
some
small
help.
family, right?
Did you hear that story about the high school where they had 11 sets of twins?
I
in one
did
high
hear
school
something about
class?
that.
I can't think where it is, but somewhere.
I did hear that report. It's
Eastern
been a while.
Midwest.
It happened up in Minneapolis, St. Paul, the Twin Cities.
I don't think so. But it's-
Hope you're watching, Vivian.
Yeah, that's what all my girls are hoping, which one, if any of them are gonna get that, since we had twins, they'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Usually, most of the time they say it skips a generation. So it'd be your grandkids that would probably have the better odds. That's what they say. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, don't know.
Once again, I'm not a scientist or a doctor. We'll start checking off all the professions I'm not along the way here. There's many, just for the record. Might take a while. Still getting that Hobbers report.
Yeah.
Goes to my spam.
Yeah, it does mine too, but it's get it.
Oh, maybe I am and just don't know it.
Mine comes through.
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Most of the time it moves through spam, and I mean, even if it does, you can still bounce it over to your inbox.
Half the stuff I get from the museum, when she sends stuff, goes to spam.
Yeah. It is.
Oh, Mike,
What
how you doing?
the problem is with it was today.
Good.
They were, they
Nice morning out.
pretty concise.
Got
news.
drywallers coming this morning, Rich, to do.
So I've been told,
I can mark out off my list of things that I have to get.
happy wife, happy life, Michael.
Yeah, that's what they tell me.
How do you think Commissioner McKinley stayed married for so many years?
Although they have a new phrase now, it's happy spouse, happy house.
Oh, that means I get something I want.
That's what they say, yeah.
Oh,
I
When do we
don't,
sign up for that?
yeah.
of course, you're talking to the bachelor here, so
Yeah,
you
you're gonna-
tread very, very lightly.
It wasn't our generation's gentlemen. It's a new thing.
No, it was not.
That's my wife's permission if I can use that.
Yeah.
There you go.
My wife said, I said, I'm the boss of my house. My wife said I can say that.
Morning, Amanda.
Let's see.
Probably the last break we get. Well, for lunch, I guess.
Right, lunch, yep. And if anyone's done really,
We can move it up. It would be nice.
Had, some questions on, spraying. We've got a listserv for the first district and it's amazing what some counties do and what some counties don't. How they do it. Interesting dialogue.
Meaning what they spray, how much they spray.
Or if they do it at all.
Well, yeah, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, I was really surprised the differences when people were discussing that. Some counties don't do it at all. Some will do it just by contract and send citizens a bill.
Yeah, well, there is state law that says that they can't do that, but. not
They're
all-
doing it.
not-
That's what I thought too, but they're doing it.
Yeah.
I thought technically you're paying tax dollars for that department. I don't know if that's right, but that's not my responsibility.
a guy that just started leasing a big chunk of property in a neighboring county and he got a good deal on it. He understands why now, because he says it is total Sarisa. Total. And he says him and his son have been cleaning that up, spraying it and
Well, at the end of the day, we're an agriculture state and we're here to protect our food source, which tends to be a pretty important commodity. So that's why the state law says that you will do that.
yeah, because that's what he's gonna use for running cattle on, and get some good grass, but he's got a lot of work to get it there.
Well, the good news about Sarisa is there is very effective treatment for it and it's relatively cheap.
Yeah, the point is nowadays though, especially in this area, you would think most people would be on top of it.
Yeah.
And if individuals that aren't, the county would be, you would think.
Well, unfortunately, we're getting a lot of outside interest from different places, just when you have the ground for paying, you can't really care a whole lot.
This is a local guy. The owner is.
But on the flip side of that, we have a tremendous amount of very responsible individuals that you take really good care of. We've got great pastors around here that I think just outstanding.
Talk about great pastures, just look south of interstate.
Yeah.
Those are examples of great pastures.
Just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
Go ahead, Amanda.
Good morning, Commissioners. Amanda with Planning Director here to talk about our comprehensive plan, update our consultants and how we're going to go forward with that selection process. We received 5 submittals, which I'm very excited for. Hopefully you all received your hard copies. I also included the evaluation sheets and the original RFQ for you to take a look at, to utilize as you're reviewing. I know in the email I sent earlier this week to the group, I just kind of outlined our original kind of tentative timeline that was spelled out in the RFQ. As I mentioned in the RFQ, and then of course in the email to you folks, that it's a really quick turnaround. So if it needs to be pushed, we can do that. And so that's what I wanted to talk to you folks about today. Basically, whether it's next week or 2 weeks from now or whenever, I just need to know, of course, because it's going to have to be in an open meeting and have to schedule all that. So we just need to know from you folks when you'd like to do all of that essentially. And if you want to do it during a regular meeting or a special meeting, or basically how you'd like to conduct all of that.
We need to do not the week of the 13th next week for sure. We need to get through the budget hearings.
Budgets.
It's important. It's important that we, the budget's the most important thing that we do, in my opinion. So we need to get through that part of it. And then I'm more than willing to jump directly into this and put my attention and focus on that. But that's a heavy lift to try to do all that at once. And I'm glad we got 5. That's great. And it looked like we got local and national on that too. So that's pretty cool. And I want to give it as much focus and attention as I possibly can. So I'm thinking maybe the 2nd or last week of the month here. I know it's a few extra time, but
Interviews, or do you still reviewing for the selection of the interview? If she wanted the selections by Monday.
Right, because all of the selection committees go through and say, okay, here's who we want. And of course, I gotta look at them and see who we all end up with. And then we're gonna be interviewing between 2 and 5 firms. We have to interview at least 2, and we might want to interview all of them. Of course, we don't know that yet. So there's the, getting the selection sheets to me by a certain date, and then I would arrange with each of the firms we want to interview for the actual interview. So there's kind of 2 time frames that I would need to know. I
think the first time frame, if you could give us maybe till the Thursday before Memorial Day,
Okay. So
and then schedule the interviews after that. I'm just going to stay focused on budget right now. I will jump directly into that as soon as I'm done with it. We've got like 30 different presentations to work through, including all of our internal departments.
You're skipping 2 weeks though.
So then that would be 2 weeks from today, because that would be the 23rd. Okay.
To have them in by then.
So the Thursday before Memorial Day would be
Is that right?
The
the 23rd.
Yeah, it's right.
A
Right?
week from, I was,
Yeah.
I was thinking more, it's the next week.
It is a little shorter. It's on the 27th. This year. It's usually on the 30th.
I was thinking of the first of June.
That's because of the leap year, it pushes everything back.
Right.
Yeah.
So it would be by the 20, we'd have those sheets into you by the 23rd, and then you can.
And then do we have the selection committee meet somewhere? I mean, the other ones come in here, or we just gonna go through all the,
So we have the rankings that, in the past, we've all gone through it together, the group.
Yeah, I guess that would probably be the best thing to do.
so if we got the rankings to you, or our sheets to you the day before, and then on that Thursday, have
We could have time
everybody
together.
come in and discuss it.
Okay,
That would,
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
That would be absolutely
Put
fine.
it towards the back of that particular meeting after our regular business.
She'll schedule it and send it.
Yep, okay, okay.
Where, however you want to do the final interviews after that. Are
And
we narrowing it down from like 5 to 3? Is that
yeah, I mean, so again, we have to do at least 2 as per our
right?
procurement code. And it's really just, gonna be kind of up to the selection committee, if everybody has like front runners or, people are scoring.
yeah, if everybody,
It's just, yeah.
sometimes you go.
Might be 2
these-
runaways,
These 2 are
Yeah.
obviously, these 3, but.
We can figure that out.
Right, yeah,
Just.
yeah.
So
So yeah, I don't necessarily want to say, let's narrow it down to X, because I don't want to limit it that way. I think it'll probably work.
Then
this
are we
out.
moving it back, are we running into the, what's the other thing you've got out?
Owner and free
Yeah, the retreat.
RFQ. So those are due on Monday. And he's submitted, we received that too on Monday. So yeah, we'll probably be doing a lot of this kind of concurrently.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff.
That's all right. We'll be done with the heavy lift of the budget. I can handle that.
And do you think you would want to do interviews the last week of May? Like on the 30th perhaps? I don't know if you folks want to do it during a regular meeting or have a separate special meeting.
I would rather try to do it during a regular meeting. It
That's
doesn't.
the last item on the regular meetings.
So again, we won't know until about the week before, we're gonna be doing 2, 3, 4, 5,
Right.
so. So,
If we can have those 2 meetings kind of shorter for business, that will give us more time. And we'll have a whole lot of business. So
yes, we can target that, obviously, we can change it, we can.
Usually towards the end of the month, we don't have a lot of other meetings going on.
See, as the tentatives come up, sometimes business is business. It has to be attended. Yeah, a lot of times business can't be put off. Business items.
We'll see what it goes. I mean, we have to maybe stretch it into that first week of June or something. Understand, but let's not stretch it out too long.
Right, yeah.
We got another one coming in same time.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. Too much going on at once.
Oh, that one should be easier, but.
Okay, so I'll get some time on the 23rd agenda for the group to talk about it. If you folks are able to get me your sheets on the 22nd, which is just the day before, then I can have all of that. And then we can have a discussion during the meeting, and then we'll say tentatively for the 30th to do interviews, because I am getting asked by the firms, which is understandable. But of course, as you said, if you know, like Rich said, business is business, so we need to bump it out a little bit. We'll make it work, because it could be a chunk of time that we're gonna need. So.
30, we won't have one Monday that week.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
So. Okay, does that sound okay to everybody?
But our budget ones, we used to go on all day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
That's just
Not that I want to extend those days anymore to have. to.
bad time of the year to make short meetings and then you're missing a meeting date.
Yeah.
So
Something going on. So, all right, thank you very much. I will get an updated note out to everybody that I sent that email out to earlier this week. And so everybody's on the same page and get time on the 23rd and let you know when that is and.
That's good.
Thank you.
thanks, Amanda. Next commissioner, you have Michael Bowler at 9:20.
Go ahead, Mike.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Bowler with the Riley County Noxious Weed Hazardous Waste Monthly Update. It is a busy time of year for us. We're in the middle of spring spraying, which in spring and April, we do a bare ground work on county roads to include signs, bridges and guardrails, that sort of thing. Weather conditions have not been favorable this spring. And so we're running maybe just a bit behind on that. To give you an idea, in order to spray some of that ground sterilant, we can't have rain in the prior 24 hours. It obviously can't currently be raining, can't be scheduled to rain in the next 24 hours. And wind needs to be less than 15 miles per hour. And if you can point to a date on the map in the last couple. Yeah.
Curfew.
So, yeah, it just, again, our work schedule is very much dictated by Mother Nature, and that is a perfect example of that. But
Does it blow around better in like 75, 85-mile-an-hour winds where it spreads out a little bit more?
there have literally been days we could open the taps and spray the whole county.
Yeah.
Start
Get it done all at once in one
I
swipe?
could have just did it all in one fell swoop.
From your location, you could too.
Yeah.
You're high enough up.
Commissioner Stokes would probably be ready, and Clancy would probably be involved in that.
Yeah,
We didn't pay it.
We'll not do that.
someday after he's gone, probably.
But yeah, we're continuing to get that scheduled, and then mowing is going to be starting here soon. We'll touch on that in just a second. We have had 6 townships respond to contracts this year. So we usually average about 5. We're up 1 for this year. So, and that's about the right number. 6 or 7 is about the number we like to see. Townships will take a year off to kind of help with budgets, but response from that has been really good this year. And spring seeding projects on county right of way, that is one thing that we can take care of. It's not so much dictated by weather, and we've got all our seed down, and then we have had some nice rains. And so we hope to see that take off. And with that,
On Anderson, it's coming up.
is
I
it?
noticed that the other day.
Yeah, they cleared a lot on Anderson, so yes, that's nice that that's coming up. I have here that we're going to start mowing at the end of May. I'd like to scratch that. We started this morning. Current conditions are very favorable. We can see a significant amount of vegetation alongside the roadway. That means that our mowing times will be slowed down a little bit. It's harder on the equipment. It's going to take us a little bit longer this year. And somebody asked me the other day, kind of an idea, perspective of how much we mow. And people don't really relate to how many hours. So I kind of went back, put a pen to paper and did the math on miles. We in a season, we'll start mowing out, like I said today, we will end about Christmas break. And we will mow about 2,700 miles of road. And to put that in perspective, that number may jump out at you because that's the driving distance from New York City to Los Angeles County. So if it gives you an idea, and we mow at about 3 miles an hour. So if you can imagine the arduous task.
It takes about 12 years to get there.
Yeah. It does. It takes some time, but that really is a good perspective of the task that's at hand, mowing from New York to Los Angeles. So
That's 3
we
months.
started that today.
3 miles an hour. Yeah, it's fine.
I could walk faster than that. I think.
Yeah, you almost can. You almost can. And that of course doesn't count for breakdowns and issues that may come up, but we try to.
I'm that old, I'm gonna break down. No, I'm
Tractors do.
Oh, okay.
Tractors do. But we try to have probably from here, about every work day from here, and like I said, until Christmas break, try to have at least 1 tractor moving and mowing from here on out. So that's where we're at on that. We do have cost share chemical for sale, treatment of noxious weeds, and chemical is continued. Gratefully, I'm very happy to say that market is beginning to continue to drop or at least stabilize. So we're happy about that going into the budget here. That's one area that I'm very pleased about, that be able to kind of stabilize our budget there on that particular item. Would like to talk briefly about musk thistle. This is the great time to treat it. It's in what they call the rosette stage, which is kind of like a really aggressive looking dandelion, if you can picture that. We do get a lot of calls once musk thistle bolts and has the big orange or purple head on it. Unfortunately, your numbers are measured in days. Once that happens, that's generally when I'll get the complaints of the landowner that has it, but we're really days away from it going to seed at that point. And so this is the time of year to really aggressively treat the must thistle while it's still on there. On the HHW side, we will have a clean out down at Howie's this Saturday, May 11th. Yours truly will be down there working. We've got a few folks that are on vacation and have graduations to attend, so I will be down there helping out, clean and waste. As a reminder, no business waste or 25 items or more will be accepted while we do that, and that word has gotten out and everybody's very respectful of that. Our facility, as always, has latex paint to give away. We've got 1 and 5 gallon containers, and this time of year, it's just, we'll have between 10 and 15 people a day coming out and looking for items for recycle. So we're actually getting fairly low on recyclable, but we do have some paint right now. So that's continues to be a very successful program for us, where we don't have to pay to get rid of that stuff, which saves the taxpayers money. We like that.
I have a question. Do you have a minimum amount of paint? Like if somebody's got down to like an inch of paint in the bottom, will you still accept that?
Sure. And you can also, if it's latex paint, you can solidify it with like kitty litter. You can take the lid off, solidify it, let it completely dry, and then it is disposable. Because latex paint is not hazardous. The reason why we take it and process it is we don't want trash trucks to have gallons of latex paint, they squish it, and we've got paint all the way down the roadways. That's really our primary reason why we take latex paint. But for folks that have just a little bit, more than welcome to bring it out. We'll take care of it. Or if you'd rather save yourself a trip, if you just solidify it and make certain that it's completely dried up, then it is disposable.
I've never heard of that. Yeah, that's.
You commissioners may remember that about a year ago, KDHE notified HHWs across the state of a change where we will no longer be accepting business waste. And I want to report back on that has actually been fairly successful, because we put businesses in contacts with vendors that clean out, and what they've discovered is they're not charged anymore, and the vendor comes directly to them, so they don't have to waste time to transport it to us. We don't have to waste our taxpayers' resources processing it. And so it's really been a successful change. So some may be worried that maybe businesses wouldn't partake, but at the state level, we're still seeing the same amount of business waste processed, but it's now through private vendors. So I just wanted to make everybody aware that that change was kind of one of those things we're maybe a little bit concerned about, but it's helped us significantly. We've seen about a 5,000 to 6,000 pound reduction, obviously in business waste, and it takes quite a bit of time to process 6,000 pounds of waste. So that helps us in the long run of things like needing to expand staff, that sort of thing. It's just a small piece of the puzzle, but it helps. And at the same time, we're still getting it processed appropriately. So I just want to report back to the commission on that. We've seen some success on that and concerns. And with that, commissioners, that's my monthly staff update. Any questions? It's just a busy time of year, and we're trying to work with what Mother Nature gives us. Just ask for people to probably be a little bit patient this year, because we are going to see a tremendous amount of roadside vegetation. Like I said, our mowing times have to slow down to get dense vegetation alongside the roadway. So we'll definitely keep the areas that are high travel and be a priority and get taken care of, but patience please this year. Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Mike. Next commissioner, Shiloh, 1:30. Now Shiloh. Sworn in. That's no fun. That's no fun.
I think they said it's, I'm scheduled for a knee replacement this in July, so hopefully I'll have a young knee and I can get back at it again. That's the hope.
Wish you well.
Yeah. You need advice, I have some.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I actually kind of took your advice when you said, don't wait, because I've been trying to bake it and,
It doesn't work.
yeah.
Yeah.
I figure I'm still pretty young. I can, I can get a new one and get some good years out of it.
We'll go right ahead.
All right, Shiloh Hager, Riley County Treasurer with the April revenue report. The month of April, we ended the month with a balance in the general fund of $21,295,249.57. We also in the ARPA fund, we have $12,979,509.91. And we are starting to see some payments coming out of that fund. At the end of the month, we are carrying a balance of $89,421,819.63. You can see here a big chunk of that, 13 million is in our tax holding fund, where we're starting to really gear up collecting those second half taxes. Those funds will be distributed here at the end of May and then dispersed out to the taxing entities in June, June 5th to be exact. Our interest, our year-to-date interest, I wanted to go back up here really quick. Oh no, I'm down, sorry. Our year-to-date interest is $1,037,076. We've collected about 50% of the interest that was budgeted for this calendar year. We are still earning 5.46% on the active checking account. And we did our biggest CD bid for the month of April was 5.19%, which that interest then will collect next year so that, we are still getting good interest rates on our CDs that we're putting out to bid. Our April revenue numbers, $820,097. That is down a little bit from what was actually budgeted for the month of April. But I will point out that one area you can see here in investment interest. I know it only says that we had 68,000, but the month of April is when we do that quarterly transfer out of the general fund interest into capital improvement, the tech funds. Statutorily were required to make those transfers, and that happened in the month of April. So what normally would have been a pretty big number for interest, investment interest, just looks a little low. Other than that, year to date through the month of April, we're actually at 4.83% of budgeted revenues through April 30th. And year to date, we have collected 52.74% of total budgeted revenues for this fiscal year. Sales tax, so the amount that was deposited into the general fund sales tax was $174,539.13. That's 2.2% higher than what we did at this time last year, and it's 4.7% over what was budgeted for the month. Year to date on the half-cent sales tax, we are 3.5% over budget. Year to date, of the 2 million that we have budgeted, we've collected 736,885. On the road and bridge sales tax, we deposited 200,963. That's 1.5% higher than this time last year, and it's 20% over what we had budgeted for the month of April. Year to date, we are at 9.12% over what was budgeted. Of the 2 million that we have budgeted for the road and bridge sales tax, we have collected $849,026.93. And these graphs will show you Over here. Year to date, you can see our general fund, sales tax is about 1.7% lower than April of 2023. And just again, road and bridge is always gonna look lower because of that change in our sales tax rate. And then comparing April to March, we're 2.15%. We had 2.15% more sales tax in April than in March. And this shows you the breakdown by the various areas, nothing really significant to show there. It's all pretty much the same that we see every month. And then this is the breakdown between the various cities that get that half-cent sales tax. Any questions on any of that? Okay, like I mentioned, second half taxes are coming in pretty steadily. I just want to reiterate one more time for the public that taxes are due Friday, May 10th, not Saturday, May 11th, which was reported. So just once again, we're here until 5 o'clock today, 5 o'clock tomorrow. We have the drop box set up in the lobby. You can just run in, drop it in the box. You can drop it in the drop box after hours. Online, we have lots of ways you can pay. So also our motor vehicle work is just still staying very steady. We're going to get into some of our bigger months here. May, June, July, August, September are really our heavy months for vehicle renewals. That does take us a little bit more time now that we are issuing new plates to all of those people with embossed plates. So just be watching for those. If you have one of those plates and you renew by mail or online, just be watching for those to come in the mail. Other than that, everything is status quo. Anything else I can provide for you?
I just want to chat with you for just a minute.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much and have a great day today.
Thanks, Charlotte.
When did she say she was having?
July.
July. I have to tell her the best investment she can make is a recumbent bike.
A what?
A recumbent bike at home. I mean, same thing I bought, saved it. Yeah, it got, I still do it every day. It really helps your needs. That was quite an investment. Played baseball, but it was a good one. Mr. Trained 200, 3,000.
How much are they?
Oh, we were up to $3,000-4,000, but you can start as cheap as 200. One I got was in between at about 8.
Mm-hmm.
And with a nice swing, and it has some good stuff on it. So it'll last.
Schwing's been around for a few years.
Yeah. I have a lot. I didn't want to spend that much money. It was,
For your health, though, it's weird.
yeah, and you've got it for a long time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they got in the stage.
Jan taught with back in the 80s that she had problems with her knees, but at that time they were saying she was in her 30s. So she couldn't get it. At that time they said they only last about 10 years.
Yeah, they've changed a lot.
And they approved it, yeah. They said, you only do them twice or something like that.
Yeah.
That's harder. So she left around for a long time.
Did she ever do it?
I mean, we lost, lost contact with her.
Oh.
She started back in the 80s and went to levels. She had seniors.
And there's all these miracle things that come out with on that. Oh, we can save your cart payment. We do this. No. It's really all one way, but they do take a MRI of your current knee. And they size your one to fit you. So that helps. Before they had like small medium and large.
Oh, really?
Yeah, back in the day, and that's why they went back. I don't think they did as much PT though. Then it's just.
Chip lupus.
Oh, then it's-
Needs. My friend just did his father.
It's easier, you know.
Which doesn't make sense. It sounds more complicated. It should be
Oh,
more
you think
complicated, but,
so? That's, wow.
but everybody said, yeah, it's easy to recover from. He's pretty bad recently.
Well, yeah, I've met a lot of people in PT that have that.
All right, Dave's on.
Lady I met last week, she had two of them done at the same time. She's.
I said,
Why'd you do that?
Yeah. Better friend is supposed to need some issues.
Yeah, I've had friends do that too, but you know, you'd have to have somebody living with you full time to handle
And
that.
she said afterwards, she wouldn't have done it that way.
How's everybody this morning?
Sounded
Good,
good.
we're doing good.
Yeah, get a little
Beautiful
more.
morning, huh? Yeah.
It's bad to do it the second time, but you know, it's not any easier.
Vivian was listening, she heard my joke.
No.
Did she?
Yeah.
See.
How are you all doing today? Good. As Karen Hibbert used to say, it's gonna be a Chamber of Commerce kind of day.
Yes, already is.
So they're just. Yeah. Additional studies, they could stay. Additional potential.
Go ahead, Jason.
Ready?
Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jason Smith, President CEO of Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce, pinch hitting for Darren today, who is on the road with Team Kansas, hopefully getting us some more prospects. So appreciate the opportunity to be here. Brought two of our stars with us to talk about some things we're working on. But before I do that, I did want to hit on a couple items. We were just here a few days ago, but a couple of the non-traditional things that we're working on and that happened recently. So Sunday, we held our third annual childcare appreciation event. So we had about 50 childcare providers from Riley, Erie, and Potawatomi counties at an event Sunday afternoon. We presented each of them with a certificate and a $50 gift card to spend at their center. And so appreciate our sponsors on that. But we just feel like, so we're working on some bigger childcare issues. We just felt like one of the first things we needed to do was make sure that the people who work in that industry understand how much we appreciate them and the hard work that they put in. Childcare is such a critical part of our economic development efforts because you can't go to work if you don't have adequate childcare. And so we're excited about some of the advancements we made with the accelerator that hopefully you all have heard about, and we can make a full presentation again on that soon. But this is just kind of one of the under the radar things that we're real proud of. Christian helped coordinate that with George. And I think people were generally pretty excited about that, and usually are, and I enjoy going. The other one is healthcare, and hopefully over the next month we're going to be part of a group that will announce some items that we're working on to expand capacity of our CNA and RN programs, and it's an effort with our major healthcare providers, the Chamber, Community Foundation, and MATC. We think we're going to be able to make a sizable improvement in that, which, healthcare is important for quality of life. Healthcare is important as people look at the community and whether they want to move there. And so the biggest challenge, I think, facing our large providers are CNAs and RNs. And I think we've developed a solution to help with that hopefully we'll announce the next couple of weeks, and Gary can talk to you about next month. So with that, I am going to ask Christian and Allison to come up and brief on a couple of items, and I think you all know both of them. But Allison is our talent strategies coordinator, and of course Christian is our military relations manager, and appreciate both of them are just past a year, correct? You're close, just past, and they're doing a great job. So
Time goes by fast.
I know. You're happy.
Yeah.
Good morning, Allison, the Talent Strategies Manager for the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. We just finished spring career fair season. We went to 8 across the state, so we're really excited about that and getting people excited about the jobs and the opportunities that are available within the region. We finished with Manhattan Area Technical College's Career Signing Day, so celebrating those that are going into career and tech education. On Tuesday, we had 25 Riley County High School students come to the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. They visited 6 downtown businesses to learn about job opportunities within the region. They learned about entrepreneurship, small business, and what it means to be a community member and regional member of the Manhattan area. And then we have our Manhattan internship program coming up. So if you have interns within your organization, or if you have businesses that you're talking to with interns, the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce provides that supplemental programming. So we'll do a kickoff event on June 6th from 5 to 7 at the Flint Hills Discovery Center for those interns. They'll be able to attend all of the Young Professionals events throughout the summer, and then we will end with collaboration with the KSU Athletics for a summer luncheon at the end of the summer. So if you have representatives or people that have interns, please let me know and get me in contact with them, and I'd be happy to get them signed up. And with that, pending questions, I will transfer it over to Christian.
Good morning. I just wanted to highlight some events. So last week, the Veteranpreneurs hosted their 2nd annual Small Business Summit. That the theme was strengthening business and fitness and resiliency. And so this is the 2nd one of 4 summits. And again, this is just to offer additional networking and resource opportunities for veteran entrepreneurs in our region. PCS season is among us, as you all know. And so as we start to say goodbye to our Fort Riley and service members, we start to welcome many new people, starting with some Fort Riley leadership personnel changes. And so with the announcements not coming out, I will just kind of go over this 6 major changes that will be happening. So first Infantry Division, Commanding General, there will be a change of command. We say goodbye to Deputy Commanding General Need Nell. We, First Infantry Division, the Chief of Staff, Colonel Bull, the Garrison Command Team, the Hospital Command Team, and the 2nd Brigade Commander will all be departing this summer. So as you guys all know, and I'm sure your mailboxes are getting flooded with invites, those are just some highlights and some noters that you guys might want to attend. May 25th through the 27th, for our Gold Star family members will be traveling to Washington, D.C. This is in conjunction with the Memorial Day dedication ceremony at the Lady Victory statue, which is located on the southeast lawn of the White House. And what's special about this year's ceremony is it will commemorate and add the 631 soldiers from the Big Red One that lost their lives in action in Afghanistan and Iraq. So there is about 5 families from that service members were from Fort Riley that will be traveling to be a part of that ceremony. May 17th is our MRC lunch, which is off of a battle rhythm, but we have an exciting guest. So it's former Sergeant Major of the Army, Michael Grinston. He was a huge advocate for service members, for quality of life for soldiers. And I mentioned last month, he was a former Big Red One soldier, the Division Command Sergeant Major. So he will be here in his new capacity as the CEO of Army Emergency Relief. And so he's just kind of shifted his role into dedication to providing financial relief to service members and families in times of need. So like I said, I hope that everybody could come out, say hello to a former Big Red One soldier who is a huge advocate of Manhattan and the Flint Hills. And then just some other upcoming events. May 16th at 1:00 is the combined graduation, Fort Riley combined graduation at the Hilton Garden. As I mentioned, May 17th is the military relations lunch at the K-State Student Union Ballroom. And then May 27th at 11:40 is the annual Memorial Day ceremony at the Fort Riley Post. So look forward to seeing you guys all there. And then last, the Flint Hills Veterans Coalition has started to meet again. So this is just a plug for anybody who is interested, either a former veteran or somebody who would love to support veterans. We are always looking for new members to join. So we meet the first or the second Tuesday, of every month at 10:30 in the boardroom at the chamber. If you are interested and you'd like to see what dates for the future date meetings, you can always go to the Flint Hills Veterans website, which is flinthillsveterans.org. Again, we would love to have new members help and just join in a great celebration to our veterans. And if you need any questions, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you guys, appreciate it. Morning, Julie.
Morning.
I'm getting old.
Oh, yeah. Happy early birthday, old man.
There you go, each take one. Only one. Well, I can get more brought over.
Thank you very much. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Which one is this? Because
58.
58. I remember 58.
Thank you. And happy birthday. Where'd you have one?
Yeah, I've got one of them.
Oh, they gave you
I was
probably
older.
Joel. 58.
That's right.
I'll eventually remember.
Who
Well,
made
you hope you do, at least.
Exactly.
At least, man.
Wow, it's good.
Like I say, I hope to get to 60.
Lady for 2
Yeah.
years.
Not there yet.
I need
We're not that far
this
off,
recipe. This is
Getting closer.
Yeah, we draw annually for who has whose name for birthday each year.
Oh, it was Mark Hassel, that's who it was. Oh, you're still young. That's good.
Mhm.
Very good.
Perfect timing as we talk about health.
It's a healthy kind of chocolate stuff, don't
Yeah.
worry, Julie.
Sure.
Rich, it's 406 dog years.
Oh,
406 what?
Dog years.
406 years old.
Oh, my goodness.
How do you think your math skills?
I triple checked it.
Okay.
have somebody in the office that.
You're always talking about your math skills, so I wondered who did that for me.
That's why it's never thrown out there. Doesn't mean it can't be wrong.
Who made that?
Annalise.
Oh, tell us that, thanks, that was good.
Yes, it's really good.
That's chocolate.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go to some sort of a bake sale fundraiser this weekend, so this would be a good one,
Mhm.
except it needs to be refrigerated.
Yeah, does.
Any plans for your birthday?
Mom's coming in town tonight, gonna go out to eat and
Great.
Good deal.
it's, don't know much else other than that.
You said you were taking tomorrow off, right?
Yeah, my wife wanted to do some stuff tomorrow, so
Should do that.
Yeah.
don't know what at this point, but
Surprise, huh? I know at your age though, you gotta be careful about surprises.
heart attacks and all.
Try not to fall.
Yeah, don't break a hip.
For sure.
Speaking of health, right?
Well, that's a helpful advice.
We're always here for you. Rich.
Lots of friends.
I love this because he's always harassing me about my age. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
That's charming.
yeah.
I'd like to say she's the only teenager in the office, but she's not.
Oh.
Did get asked a couple of weeks ago, what are you, like 19? I was like, okay, sure.
Yes, that's absolutely right.
Yes, yeah, I will take 19. I don't want to be 19.
No, neither do I. I like to be maybe 28, 30, somewhere in that range. I know what I know now. That'd be perfect.
Yeah.
Won't happen, of course, but that'd be perfect.
Oldest son is 39 and he still occasionally gets carded in liquor stores.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I waved bye-bye to that a long time ago.
Looks really young. He also had someone he beat in a poker game at a casino years ago. Had to be dragged out by security because he was screaming, he's not 25, he's not 25. He was. He was like 25. He said, yeah.
I even have people telling me I act my own age now. So now it's really downhill.
This is the son that now gets dragged out of casinos because you're not allowed here
Yes.
because he's too good.
Well, just invited.
Oh, now we know why you're moving to Vegas. Oh, now we know why. The truth comes out.
No, because in the end, you don't win.
But if you have somebody else doing it for you, you always win.
Yeah.
Not a game.
Not either.
Too much like math.
Yeah.
I'll say, obviously, he got the math gene.
It really did. He still reads textbooks for fun.
Gosh.
He's been to college for a long time.
I was going through couple boxes I had in storage and I found a couple. I was talking about what we did with our textbooks, back in college. I found a few of them. May have to throw them in the barbecue grill, grill some hamburgers for nostalgia's sakes.
It's a good use of.
Yeah. Couldn't get any money out of it back then. Definitely not gonna get them now.
Oh, some people don't know what they are. You should. Is that?
Like a YouTube video, people trying to use the dial tone phones. What is this? Where's the touch screen?
Okay, can we go back to the pricing, Rich? It's just okay.
It's 10 o'clock. We'll just turn it over to Julie.
It's, you've been a lot, it always circles back.
Yeah.
No one's ever free and tired.
Should have stayed in my office.
Okay, we need a motion to start here.
I make a motion to recess out of the Board of County Commission and reconvene as the Board of County Health.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to recess as the Board of County Commission and reconvene as the Board of County Health. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, good
Lori
morning.
Harris.
Julie Gibbs with the Health Department. I'm here with the monthly update for May, reflecting back on the month of April. And as usual, I'll start with Shelley's additions, her expenses by program, by department, which you see here, and then her revenue by department. It's as it usually looks this time of year. Any questions on the budget? I'll have more on the budget later this afternoon. We'll go into my program updates, starting with the clinic. So clinic had a total of 393 appointments in April. 172 of those were Title X family planning visits. They administered 204 immunizations across 133 patients. As far as outreach events, they were very busy in the month of April. The clinic was present at the Little Apple Pride Parade and Festival on April 20th, where they educated on STI prevention and offered free STI testing. They were also present at the Kansas Science Festival a couple weeks ago with education on our services in the clinic. And they attended the annual MHK bike swap, where they interacted with over 200 people, mainly kids, and gave out bike bells and information from the Safe Kids Coalition. This was a collaboration with several programs and at the health department, and we were involved. They also have some news coming up in May. They've already started planning for immunization events for USD 383 and 384 to hopefully get in front of it this year to try to get more kids up to date on their immunizations. And I did want to share with you a note from Karen Dawes. She was in charge of she's been in charge of the bike swap in MHK in Ogden. They'll actually have their Ogden bike swap in August, and we'll be involved in that as well. So she just sent this note over. The 7th Manhattan bike swap was an absolute triumph. We kicked off the day with a whopping 130 bicycles, and we're thrilled to welcome 230 enthusiastic attendees who brought along about 140 more bikes. The best part, almost everyone who had their heart set on a bike went home with one, making it a truly successful event. It takes so many people to put this event together. Pathfinder and Bike Tech handled the bike drop-offs and fast passes. The registrars who handled a large crowd, the rain, and grumpy people. I think to those who blew up tires and the mechanics who worked wonders juggling repairs and changing tubes. Bike fitters made entire families happy. Riley County EMS and the Manhattan Pilot Club fit 50 helmets. The Riley County Health Department attached 150 bells and 80 streamers. Dave Colburn repaired bikes before the event until his fingers were chapped. Manhattan Parks and Rec gave the facility staffing and promotion. Without each of you, this could not be done. So they're gearing up for the next bike swap on August 25th in Ogden.
Guess let's not hope for rain.
Yeah, I know. We're grumpy people.
Yeah, we're grumpy people, yeah.
So if you have a bike to donate, who do you call?
I'll have to get more information on that. I'm not sure how they do that in the beginning stages. That's all organized by Karen, but yeah, I can get more information on that. Yeah. They just, we're just there for the event. So we see them bring stuff in and then they can swap them out and go home with bike. So yeah, it is. It's a great event. Childcare licensing is currently investigating 8 complaints and working on 7 initial surveys. They made 37 visits across 5 counties in April, with most in Riley County. Anna is one of our specialists. She attended the Clay County Child Care Task Force meeting in April. Heather and Anna attended the Potawatomi County baby shower in April. And the team assisted with the Child Care Provider Appreciation Day event last Sunday, May 5th. Riley, Geary, and Potawatomi county providers were all invited, and Heather said it was a good turnout. And this is a facility report. So as of right now, we're up to providers in Geary County, and everyone else stayed the same. So that gives us an increase of 2 providers in the region. Raising Riley has been very busy, as usual. So as far as assessments and observations, the Raising Riley team administered 20 developmental assessments with children receiving Raising Riley scholarships.
They also conducted 4 follow-up class observations in childcare environments. They completed 6 KIPS observations. KIPS is another acronym that stands for Keys to Interactive Parenting Scale. The team facilitated a play and learn event for families to participate in while observations were completed, and families that attended will return in May for a second observation. As far as provider visits and literacy support, the Raising Riley staff completed 21 provider visits and 3 literacy support visits with childcare providers in April. And then trainings and classes, the team offered Build Your Bounce, promoting adult resilience on 2 occasions, one on the 6th of April and again on the 13th. They had 4 parents participate each time with 2 children utilizing childcare. An outdoor play environments training was held on the 15th of April. 12 childcare providers attended. This training was facilitated in collaboration with Childcare Aware and Childcare Licensing. The monthly Raising Riley book club was held on the 23rd of April on the book How to Raise an Adult. They had 4 parents and 1 provider participate in the book club discussion. And the Week of the Young Child was in April. That was another proclamation that we brought in front of you. That was recognized in April, and 21 providers participated in interactive visits celebrating the Week of the Young Child. Facilitators read a book and did an activity with the children in the daycares, and providers were given a kit with books and activities to use with the children in their care. There's been a lot of staff professional development that Raising Riley staff took part in. So Teresa and Renee attended the Teachstone Class Summit. Teachstone class focuses on the importance of teacher-child interactions and how interactions relate to learning. It's one of the required observation tools for the early childhood block grant. Danae attended the camp Growing with Children. It was an all-day early childhood professional development opportunity covering multiple early childhood topics. There were many literacy-based topics that Danae was able to attend. Danae and Beth attended the Integrating the Needs of Children workshop. This workshop covered how to best meet children's needs when emergencies and disasters occur. And Renee and Danae attended the Kansas Association of Infant Mental Health Conference. They attended sessions on how relationships impact brain development, how to support new moms and identify mental health needs postpartum, and the impacts of COVID on language development. And they had a lot of outreach events. So they conducted their story time at the Laundry Love, where they had 5 adults and 7 children attend. They were present at the Bugapalooza on the 20th. They had 75 adults and 100 children attend their booth. And they hosted PJ Storytime for 11 adults and 9 children. They participated in Zufari Tales. They had 40 adults and 47 children. And they were also present at the Kansas Science Festival, where they had interacted with 55 adults and 62 children. Quick update, they certified 52 infants, 50 pregnant women, and 157 children in April. So again, their caseload continues to rise. They were present at the National WIC Conference in Chicago. That was Kaylin, JJ, and Christy. They brought back a lot of impactful information and ideas to improve services and client participation and satisfaction. And Kaylin did discuss with us at the leadership meeting yesterday what she learned and how they're going to implement that with their practices. All of the staff attended the Kansas WIC conference. That's something they're required to attend. That was in Wichita, April 23rd and 24th. It's a great opportunity to meet and collaborate with other agencies in Kansas. And this is a picture of Kaylin, JJ, and Christy at the WIC conference in Chicago. As far as MCH, the Maternal and Child Health Program held all of their Becoming Mom classes on Thursdays in April with a total of 80 class participants. They had 1 Spanish fam class with a total of 9 participants. A total of 26 new client enrollments were completed in April, which is a 38% increase in April enrollments from 2023. The perinatal yoga class, as part of the perinatal community collaborative opportunity, was held 4 out of the 5 Wednesdays in April. A total of 24 participants attended the 4 yoga classes, with 4 children attending the free childcare. MCH also applied for and was awarded the KDHE Aid to Local MCH supplemental funding to support a temporary bilingual MCH home visitor assistant, as well as other funds to support the MCH program. So Daphne Medina, who was one of our interns working with us, she was hired as a temporary, in the temporary position and started on April 29th, and she'll be with us through June 28th. The funding ends on June 30th of this year. The goal is to obtain additional funding from the fiscal year 25 Aid to Local MCH grant to support and sustain a bilingual MCH home visitor position, which will serve the MCH clients in Riley County. Then Feb was also very busy in the month of April. Skylar attended the Arts and Science Health Promotion Conference in South Carolina in April. So she brought back some really valuable information and shared that with the leadership group yesterday. She facilitated a workshop to update the Community Disease Containment Standard Operating Guide. So we now have that up to date. We also hosted the Bugapalooza at the KSU Insect Zoo back on the 20th, and it was a pretty cold day, so I was surprised to see so many people out. There were about 175 attendees that came out for that. They learned about vector-borne illnesses. We had other booths set up along the way, along the path of the gardens, and they also got a free admission into the insect zoo. So it's a good day.
They weren't grumpy?
No, they
Okay,
weren't, not that I saw. We do now have over 40 volunteers for our medical reserve corps.
But they like to, they took some time to bug some people with that.
Yeah.
Stay with your political career.
It's here all week. Please tip your service.
Yeah. Last time I presented, we had just a little over 20, so we've doubled that now, and we're getting ready. Carly's our unit leader. She's getting ready to train all of those individuals, so we'll be able to volunteer. And then as far as opioid prevention, Jenny's also been very busy. She delivered 11 presentations in April. She has 17 pending events for May. And she's also been meeting with individuals and doing some different trainings. So 27 total interactions and trainings throughout April.
We did mention her and her work with Senator Marshall on Friday.
Oh, nice.
At our round table, so that got mentioned.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, she's also been very involved in the task force meetings and the prevention subcommittee meetings, as well as partnering with Andrea, our drug endangered children coordinator. So that brings me to an update from DEC. So Andrea has been very busy as well. We did have the DEC proclamation, another proclamation that we brought to you for April. Along with that, some social media updates. She has given a presentation to the USD 3-3 counselors to explain what she's doing and some signs that they can look for with kids that are coming from those environments. She met with 13 organizations to share the DEC initiatives and possible collaborations with those organizations. She's also met with MARPC, which is our Manhattan Area Risk Prevention Coalition, to talk about an alliance. They purchased backpacks for DCF. I think when Shanika was here last time, she mentioned some backpacks that the kids that are being taken from these homes, removed from these homes, they're just given a trash bag in a lot of cases and to go collect their belongings. So now they can have a backpack to collect their belongings. We ordered about 25 to begin with, and then we actually heard from DCF that just last month they removed 18 kids in 1 month from Riley County, so we decided to order more. We have quite a bit of funding in this line, so we can definitely order more backpacks. We participated in the DEC Brown Bag series and will continue to participate in those. That's something that KDHE has available via Zoom. And she has set up at least 4 presentations so far for the summer and fall and is working on more. I do want to draw your attention to the next community health assessment. This will be administered probably in the spring of 2025, possibly in the fall of 24, but this happens every 5 years. So the first one was in 2015. We held another one right before the pandemic, 2019, 2020, and now we're looking at 2025. This is a partnership with the Flint Hills Wellness Coalition. So it's a great way to summarize health outcomes. So we can show trends from year to year now, and it indicates gaps in our system. And it also lays the foundation for our community health improvement plan, which is something that just came out.
Yeah. Worked on that in the summer of 19. I remember that.
Yeah. So we're actually, it's Deb Nuss. She's the chair of the Flint Hills Wellness Coalition. She is applying for funding to be able to do this again. With that funding, we're looking at offering that to WSU again. They were the ones who put together the survey and analyzed the results. They did a really nice job the last couple of times. Dr. Gregory is who we work with WSU. So getting some funding together for that, and then we'll hopefully have that out in the spring of 2025. So I'll definitely keep you posted on that.
They usually do separate interviews with each one of us.
Yeah. We've done different interviews, stakeholder meetings, community meetings, things like that. So that will all be coming again. And it'll be interesting to see the difference between pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, because really our last survey was pre-pandemic. So it'll be interesting. We'll also add some more questions in the survey, especially with substance use and fentanyl, since that's more on the rise now than it was in 2019. So But that will be coming, we'll keep you posted on that. And other than that, I think that's all I had. Any questions?
Not on that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you,
I'll see you
Julie.
later this afternoon.
Sounds good.
Next commissioner, you have Brittany at 10:30.
We move to recess as the Board of Health and reconvene as Board of County Commissioners.
I would second that.
Then moved and seconded to recess as the Board of County Health and then reconvene as the Board of County Commission. All in favor? Aye.
Yes, sir. I don't know if you have 2 or 3 minutes to step in your office down here. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Just give me a second. Sure. I'm ready this morning.
Good, how are you?
That's Friday.
Oh, well, good. Doing anything fun?
Well, there's 4 days sleep to watch my oldest daughter graduate with a master's degree
Oh, wow. What's your degree in?
in speech pathology.
Oh, that's very important. I love that. My kids were in speech.
Oh, okay.
Only looked once. But yeah, I love the speech pathology stuff. They make a huge difference. It's
Yeah.
Is it the weekend yet?
I wish.
Did you get home okay on Monday? You guys had quite the scare over there too, didn't you?
Yeah.
Saw that.
It was interesting. I was sure, because, not even, they never backed off that 70-mile-an-hour wind,
Yeah.
And so I was like, I'm gonna get blown over on the interstate. This is gonna be terrible. We're gonna lose power. So like I stopped on the way home, grabbed stuff for dinner, and it's like I am not cooking. I'm not losing power while I'm cooking dinner. And we didn't lose power. We barely got any wind.
It all came over this way.
Yeah. But we had at least 4 different tornado warnings. Our sirens went off twice. We just sat in the basement.
I watched it roll over in my neighborhood over here in Northview, and it was just a big black blob. Wasn't really even circulating at that point in time, and I was just like, whatever. It's been a long time since the tornado sirens here went off consecutively. Usually they'll go off just once to warn people, and that's it. They went off 2 separate occasions. I was like, whoa, that don't happen very often.
Yeah, ask Brian if he's okay if Clancy sits in the lunch too. Okay, so let me know. Let me know. Back.
The guys were saying that had more tornado warnings in Riley County this year than we've had the last 4 years total.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we really dodged the
But
bullet.
we've actually had an actual tornado, yeah.
So you guys know I'm gonna have to, Cindy's gonna come over about 5 until 11. I'm gonna have a conference call with the SOS, given our city situation.
Okay. Keep us updated on that, please. They're bound to tell me to get questions about it. Go ahead, Brittany.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Phillips, Budget and Finance Officer, here to report April monthly cash flows. So we'll start off with the economic development cash flows. As you can see, we didn't bring in any revenue in April, and we also did not spend anything in April. So that brings our ending unencumbered cash balance to $360,748 and some change. And of course, you have our list here. County building cash flow. We had a $10 reimbursement in April, and then we did spend $31,517. Bringing our total unencumbered cash balance to $211,626. CIP, we did bring in $241,088. And for expenditures, we had $85,906. We did go ahead and add in our projects here, the $300,000 that we are planning to spend for the new radio equipment. So if you notice the big difference, that is why.
It's been a while since we've had a CIP session, isn't it?
Yes, it has been. And when I bring back my budgets next week, that's something I want to address with you guys.
We'll talk about it then. That's fine.
The ending unencumbered cash is $18,006,903. Next, half-cent sales tax. Obviously no revenue, but expenditures, we had $89,630. Bringing the ending unencumbered cash balance to $6,329,930.
Wait, roll back just a second. I'm sorry. Where are we? Okay. 6 million.
Can you see that okay?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out which of the two is the real number at this point. The 6.3 or the 6.6?
So there's the difference is your remaining budget authority. So what we actually like budgeted for the year, and then you have a total budget authority, and then the cash is usually different. So we budgeted a total of $6,892,240, but our unencumbered cash balance is this.
Okay.
So does that make
So
sense?
so that's technically what's left.
Yeah.
Because we're not getting any more revenue out of that now.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I'm tracking. Okay.
$42 sales tax, we have $200,963. Of course, we don't have any expenditures out of there. John and I were just talking about this week, and he's going to start planning on some projects for both funds. So that brings our ending unencumbered cash balance to $3,009,882. And that is the end of my report. Do you guys have any questions? Okay, everything's done. Thank you.
Commissioner, you saw the ARPA updates coming next meeting.
Yeah.
We've been working on that for a while, so it's on the tentative agenda.
Well, not next meeting, the 16th.
Oh, the 16th, okay,
Yes.
after that.
Yep.
So it was on one of the tentatives. Thank you, Brett. Next, Commissioner, you have Elizabeth Ward at 10:40. And you were out. I've got a conference call at 11. I've got to attend. So.
Cindy will come over. Okay.
I didn't think so. We don't have Evergy public hearings that have been scheduled.
They rescheduled it to July 8th now.
Oh, okay.
They keep pushing it out.
Coming back to,
For that substation.
yeah, they're trying to, they're wanting us to make another decision.
Well, they were supposed to come on the 3rd.
I thought they were coming. Yeah, I thought they were coming up.
It was supposed to be on the 3rd or wait,
Something this month.
Yeah,
The second, I'm sorry, it was supposed to be on last Thursday, and they moved it. They were gonna move it to
What's her
the
name? Sorry.
sixth, I believe, of June, and I guess they're gonna push it out to July eighth.
What?
I said, thank you. I didn't have any.
That was the subject of our chamber roundtable discussion meeting Tuesday morning, and it was a packed house. At our meeting.
really. All the town, all the neighbors.
No,
probably
this
came.
is a private meeting with
Okay.
chamber business people in Evergy, so. A lot of information that. They didn't talk about originally, Evergy. I'm sure you will all be hearing about it.
Are they gonna be, are they getting more information? Because they already went through the planning board.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because if they change their plans too much, I think they gotta go back through. I would think they have to go back through the permitting process if they change it too much, but I don't know.
They're not changing their plans much.
Okay. Just so then,
Moving it. a couple of feet.
why,
Well, they didn't do a good educational job.
No.
I mean, they can change it a lot. The gist of it is you change it a lot, you impact more. So, like I said, you will all be hearing details, I'm sure.
Why don't they come up with another location?
John,
Yes, sir.
how are you doing this morning?
What's wrong with the
Just
industrial
wonderful.
park?
Really?
Yeah, well.
You got a moment?
Why they put it there. I was wonderful.
Oh, it is.
Oh, really?
From what I understand.
Can you tell me that, or can you tell somebody else? Okay.
Well, and you can't do it in private. You can't tell her in private.
Well, it's not. Well, I guess we are gonna, I just, because I've asked around about some stuff too, and
Yeah, just be clear, you guys can't talk about that stuff in private.
I said, well, have them be honest next time.
Nor were they honest with the planning board.
I didn't
I didn't.
the first time, I did the last time I did.
And I may not know what that information is. Let's you get a quick minute.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Look, that's version what I mean, Close the moment to. I read it here recently. Okay. We'll go from there. Appreciate it. Good. Got it.
Wait. I really know how to do that. What's not that?
Good one. Yeah, could you send that short orders to Clancy too? Email it to him.
There is everybody.
Yep, thank you. Bye. A lot of activity around here.
Is it? I had noticed.
We're at time.
Downloaded more, they're both in there.
I think jumping off the new dumpster yesterday kind of made everybody in your office jump.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like, what was that noise?
Packed it up in there in the last book. Ooh.
And
Lori comes running out of the office.
I noticed he was being real careful on dumping stuff in right now. He was lowering it all the way down to the bottom of the dumpster before he tilted it.
They in here.
Yeah, they're in there.
I did that. I'm sorry. Hi, good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Elizabeth Ward, Human Resources Director, here with my April monthly update. And we haven't actually had one for 2 months because we were working on the procedures and policy manuals. So I'll try to give you a quick update of everything. So this is our current head count. I know we usually spend a little bit of time on this slide. And you can see we've got 301 regular employees, and then we've got the 330 second and seasonal. We've got over the last year, we've had 28 hires and 2 separations. So we're going in, or sorry, it's 15 separations, 2 separations last month, 15 separations. So, you know, our positions are being filled. When I created this, we had 6 open positions. We have been able to fill the appraiser position. And just yesterday, filled 2 of the public works positions. So really making some good progress.
Refresh my memory, what positions were those, John?
Solid waste.
Okay, that's right, that's right.
Yeah, so they go under the public works umbrella, but truly solid waste, yeah. Yeah, okay, so any questions in particular about any of those numbers or data? Okay. So we continue to do the CPR training. Josh is doing those, Josh and his team really are doing those from EMS. Next one's scheduled for June 28th. You probably have seen some communications go out. So after you approve participation in NACO High Performance Leadership Academy and Flint Hills Leadership Academy, we've sent out applications. And I think we had 4 applications so far. The deadline is at the end of the month, the 24th. And there is a small group of 3 who are going to be reviewing those applications and bringing recommendations to you. So it's Amy Mangus and Amanda and Vivian will be reviewing those applications and bringing recommendations.
Say that again, Kim? I'm sorry.
It's Amy, Amanda, and Vivian. And they've, Amy, Amanda, and Vivian have participated in one or both of those, so depending on each. We are, as a group, we're looking at annual employee training. We've had some conversations about required training, like harassment and employment law, but also some supervisor and development training. And then the KCHRA, which I participated in, had the annual supervisor training. This year it was called Please Sue Me. And it was and it was kind of had that kind of energy, that kind of educate, like, this is the things you can do to be able to respond, you know, ahead of time prior, and then to be able to make sure that you don't lose a lawsuit. He was very energetic. The supervisors really had a good time. We had 13 people participating, and they really got some good information that they've already brought back and started using to communicate and document. And that's really what it all comes down to. And he had a funny little noise or voice that he used every time. He's like, you know, when you call and you say you want to do X, Y, Z, and HR says, document, document, document. He did
They
it.
really say it like that?
He said it. Yeah, yeah. And the whole thing, I was sitting there, some supervisors in front of me, I said, that's what you're gonna hear every time, he, anyhow, he had voices that sounded like the Muppets and all kinds of things. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't intend to sound like that, but I'm sure that's what people say.
It sounded like he was in on ours.
Yeah, John's heard it.
I've heard of people. Okay.
Yeah. Performance development, so we are looking at those two programs we just talked about, comprehensive onboarding, so that's continuing. They've made a couple recommendations, and I've actually asked them to go back because I want them to understand what is the goal of onboarding, what is the point of onboarding, what does Riley County as an organization and our employees get out of onboarding? And I know there's incredible value for the organization, but if we can set that goal and that end result, then the things we do in onboarding makes sense, they have some great ideas, they want to do some baskets and some welcome things, and that's all good. If we can show that it leads to retention and engagement and productivity. So that's what I'm really pushing them on, it is hard to take some of those soft kind of engagement, or sometimes are like, the feeling of engagement, the feeling of being at a place that really welcomes you, and put data to that, but it can be done. It's a struggle HR hands every day, so. Super excited about the Employee Day. We mentioned last month or 2 months ago that we have the theme is called One Team, and it is based kind of on a sports team analogy. So we've got some kind of high energy speakers coming in. We did get everything confirmed with AMC, and it's exciting because they have new arrangements. So we've got kind of a bigger space that's going to be even more comfortable and accessible. And they are bringing in an entire new menu, which will include some things, so like salads and some different things that will give us some options. The employees actually made a big request about healthier snacks. We had all those great.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, it wasn't Greg, just in case anybody, it wasn't Rich. Yeah, look at his face. He's like, no. We had all those.
What are you gonna do with them after they're all still sitting there?
Still sitting there. We're saying yeah. I thought the cinnamon rolls last year were just, I don't know, amazing. Russell had gotten those and he got the different flavors, and I don't think I'd had those flavors before, so.
What a way to support Kansas. It's a wheat product, which is a vegetable.
Well, I think Kansas also grows other vegetables, so. We won't get rid of the cookies, okay?
Cookies are good.
But we are gonna add some options, at least something in there. And then the team building in the afternoon is gonna have a completely different look. And I'm excited for that to kind of come to fruition and then present to you. But it's gonna be more comprehensive, all employees at an activity together. And as long as everything holds out, it should be pretty great. And then the topics haven't changed too much. All right, so we did adopt the personnel manual, and I'm very excited about that. We were just looking back, and we had started that discussion before at the beginning of 2021. So we have been working on this for a very long time. I know Rich shakes his head, but I remember going through it, but I thought maybe it was 22. But the process manual we're still working on, and so we're researching those 2 points on the procedures manual. I do want to point out that part of my kind of intention of getting that passed as soon as possible is that right now we have a personnel manual and then we have an unadopted process manual. So we have to use the old manual, the old 300-page manual for some things that aren't addressed in the new policy manual. So you're gonna have to leave supervisors and HR and even employees picking through like, okay, which things were adopted and changed and which things are still in the old manual. And I could see it leading to some confusion and some heartache. So on employees and supervisors' part. So I want to try to get that moving forward. And I did schedule that, but I waited to schedule it until there's a little bit of a break in these very long meetings for budget. So it'll be I think it's the very first meeting in June. So we've got a little time, but I also want to make it a priority. All right, FLSA, I told you guys about this the last couple of months, but this announcement was made. I do expect it to be questioned in the courts. Everyone kind of expects there to be some things. However, as of right now, this is the plan. So July 1, the threshold for overtime exemption, so meaning whether or not we pay someone overtime for more than 40 hours a week, will move to an annual rate of $43,888. Now it's truly actually on a weekly rate. The federal government sets it on a weekly rate, but that's what the equivalent would be. And then they have announced that in January 1st, it will move to 58,656. So we already have gotten a good look at all of our employees, and none of our current employees are affected. However, that's because of their tenure. So we do have some pay ranges that could be affected. We have a couple different options. I've worked at organizations who really were underpaid, and so they needed to just move their salary threshold up. But I want to make sure that you all understand that there's a difference between paying someone for salary and being exempt. You can pay someone a regular $2,000 a week and pay them overtime. The two things are not necessarily hand in hand. We use them, but like we are accustomed to salary being exempt, but that's not really the requirement. So there are some positions who potentially should not be, we should not have them classified as exempt. We just need to go through those positions, look at them. I mean, do they really have the other requirements? So we know right now they're not making the salary requirement. Do they actually meet the other requirements? And is it a position that really ever works over 40 hours a week? I mean, we have some positions, it's non-supervisory for the most part, who really do follow an 8 to noon, 1 to 5 schedule. And it's not a status symbol to be salary. It doesn't mean that your position is more or less valuable. You know, we have all these emotions we tie to it, but we really just need to make sure we're compliant with that. So we'll come back, we'll be looking at those pay scale jobs. We've got basically right now we have grades 7 through 10, and there's one position in 11 that we're looking at that bottom half. So anything under maybe 6-7 years experience would be a pay factor. And again, we don't have anyone in those positions, so this will not affect our current employees. I do want to mention, because it was mentioned, that the commissioners actually fall less than that 58,000, but this FLSA in its entirety does not apply to elected officials.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I don't think we usually work 40 hours.
Yeah.
Technically.
It actually doesn't matter. So the FLSA doesn't make any type of a definition of full-time, part-time. It's literally just a salary.
Well, how do you base overtime if you don't do that?
Yeah, well, overtime's only 40 hours. So that's what they're.
But you have to base it off as full-time, part-time to come up with overtime.
Well, you'd have to start tracking your hours, and then we'd have to pay you overtime even at a salary level, if you were not elected.
Right.
If you were not elected. Yeah,
And
so
that's
it
not
doesn't
that
matter.
they do it that way.
I could, as an organization or employer, I could choose to have someone work 10 hours a week and pay them $50,000, or work 10 hours a week and pay them $2,000. I mean, that part doesn't necessarily matter, but if they work over 40 hours, that's where the LSA gets it. Yeah, and of course, federal minimum wage, but that's low enough that's another part of their guidance, but. So again, I don't want you to be, this isn't something that is going to affect our employees. It's not necessarily going to even affect anybody's morale, or someone shouldn't really even be worked up about it, but I want you to be aware that it's out there and we're compliant. Okay, so our 25 personnel budgets were submitted, until this morning when we found out the capers rate changed. So, and I do think that that's not going to affect our bottom line dollar, but we'll have to just make some adjustments so that we know what we're paying out. We are planning this county counselor transition. I know I heard Clancy talk about his new deputy counselor coming in this next week, so that'll be an exciting part of that.
I thought he was talking about sticking around for another 2 years, didn't he? Didn't he mention that to
I believe he may have said
I
that.
thought so.
I thought so too.
Of course, it's not here, so
Let's get it on the record.
Actually, he is here.
I've been telling him that now regularly.
Oh, dang. He was hiding.
No, I just found a way to make me sure I'll never leave my seat.
There you go. Well, Bonnie will appreciate that for sure.
Well, that's the one exception.
And as you all know, we have been working extensively with community corrections on their budget requests, so. Here is just a graphic. I know we love these graphs and charts, but yes, Greg, please.
At the bottom, it says they're terminated.
I know.
Terminated. I assume
It's comes right out of Paylocity again, but I can paste that over.
it's separated, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Riley County uses the word separated.
I mean, I'm sure there are occasionally it's terminated, but we haven't terminated that many.
I know.
People
But no,
people have left, right?
Every time I hear that, I just think
The
Arnold
Terminator,
Schwarzenegger's voice.
Yeah, me too.
Terminated.
Oh, me too. And the funny thing is that's all the word that every HR system uses. It just means any type of employment termination. And it doesn't necessarily have any, again, emotional reasoning.
But
It should.
that's what
Have
people
negative
associate with.
Yeah, so I'll try to remember that in the future, I'll do a little paste over, because really that's the way it comes out of our system, like I wrote this in because this is what Riley County uses, but I.
That's what I noticed. It's separated.
Or just put Arnold Schwarzenegger's face.
They've just been Schwarzenegger. Yeah, good point, thank you. Yeah, it does give a negative connotation. And this, it's just interesting, and not necessarily that you need to do anything necessarily about it, but our tenure, you can see the adult services has the longest tenure, and then right behind it, we've got IT, register of deeds. This is in the health department. And then noxious weeds. So interesting.
Years adult survey, that's amazing considering what they do.
Yeah.
I know, and that's the average tenure. That's the
Toughest one.
Yeah.
And as I worked with other people in that division, it seems like that's regular. They just are really, either it's not the job for you, or they are extremely dedicated professionals. And then our lowest tenure is emergency preparedness. Now, I will say that was a new position, that new division created like COVID era. And so it hasn't actually been going that long. We had Andrew in the position, we now have Skylar in the position, and then we've got,
We had Renee before.
Yeah.
We've had three.
Right, yeah. And so
It's only one person.
it's one person. I mean,
It's
yeah,
one.
yes. That's the unfair
Okay, that's what I
part.
can't figure out what
Andrew
that
was here.
was.
They do have, they do have another halftime person, MRC unit leader, and so, but that, they're the tiniest, just the tiniest little department.
Well, does the fire district include all the volunteers? Or is that just?
So it actually doesn't. The fire district here does not include, it should not, it should be just 33. So this should include just the 2.5 people. So there's 2 deputies, and Russell is 50% fire, 50% EM.
But you gotta realize we restructured
Yeah, I
all
know, they
that.
just
So
did that.
The longest employee is Russell, who started in 2020, either right before or right after I did, so August timeframe.
Yeah.
And then.
If you were to add his predecessor in there, that would change the curve drastically.
Well, and honestly, if we added Doug's tenure with volunteer, it would
Yeah.
change it drastically, but as an employee, yeah, and then commissioners.
You're welcome.
Yeah, John's holding that one up for you. Yeah. Okay, so our current and upcoming focus. We've done you are aware of that. I did want to let you know that we really have been participating in job fairs. I heard someone else talk to you about that. This is kind of the season. And so we had a really great experience at Blue Valley. They actually had 5 different schools, and they coordinated a whole event.
Pictures or something from that
Yeah.
on Facebook or
Yes, yep,
something. Yeah, it was huge.
Vivian, supported that. And they did a couple different things. So not only did they have the job fair, and they brought in, it was middle school clear through high school. So we, some of them weren't obviously going to go to work right away, but they got the idea, they got exposure. And then on the other side, they did one of those poverty simulators. And so the students had to go through and they were married or unmarried, had children or not children, had pets or not pets, and then they had a certain income and they had to buy a car and pay for gas and buy groceries, and a couple of them had crying babies they had to carry around. Yeah, I mean, it was a really great event. We talked to a lot of great students there. It was a good event. Hutchinson Community College, also a good event. Not being from Kansas, I don't necessarily know like the regions, but it seemed, my impression was, is that people don't generally think about moving out of Hutchinson. So we had a lot of people really saying, this is kind of my, where I want to stay, and maybe Riley County is a little too far. So it was an interesting take. We'll see how that goes again next year and see what our results are. Flint Hills Technical College was an amazing experience as well. They have some really great programs, which would lead really nicely into ours. So we did reconnect with the EMT program. David had already met the director previously, and she remembered him vividly.
Well, that didn't surprise me.
Where is that?
Oh, gosh.
It's in Emporia.
Yes, thank you. Emporia, yeah. I know I hadn't been there before and had took a lot of backgrounds. But also, so they have a great EMT program. And the thing about that is that I did meet with the fire chief there, who has its combined ambulance and fire. And they only will hire emergency services people who are firefighters as well. So that a lot of those students, that's not what they want to do. And so that was a good, he was really like, yeah, they have some great students and you should talk to them. And so we had a good connection there. We also, there were some people who would be great for CDL and operators. There was a lot of people that were interested in waste plants, but maybe wastewater as well. So it was good. And then the Kansas Works virtual.
Okay.
Yes, sir. This is what we'll be working on now. We are working on a pace setter campaign for United Way.
I talked to Tara about
Tara,
that.
good, great.
That's gonna be good.
Good. This is exciting. We're gonna have our election workers application online, so that will be everyone. Our volunteers and our interns are already online. And working with the strategic plan. We already have a placeholder for the benefits fair in this year, and I think that's the crux of it.
Where's that at?
So it'll be actually multiple sites. We usually do it here, and we also do it out at either health department or public
Okay.
works. Yeah, try to hit the big areas. Michelle sent out a save the date, but that's a ways out, so we'll get more details as we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sure.
Sorry, John.
It's been a really one time I've complained about that.
You go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Allerman, Public Works, with 3 budgets here this morning. I think you have them in, if these are the order, Public Works and Building and auction. I will kind of skip over auction unless you really want to see or know something about it. And I don't know how it messes up your order, but I wouldn't mind starting with the building funds and going on to the harder one at the end, or at least the more. I feel I have more questions. So the 25 budget proposal for the building fund, pretty much the same as it was amended at last year, but 400 and it went up 3,000, 433,000 is the number for the building fund. That is putting in some dollars to for Leonardville EMS station. If there's something in there that wasn't warranty work or whatever that we would have to fix or repair, that just throws some money in that line item for that. Looking ahead for 26, we will have a new EMS headquarters station. And we'll be starting on the remodel for the emergency management fire at the old station. So that kind of brings on 2 more buildings in the next 2 years for maintenance.
Not really. I mean,
Well,
we're currently maintaining the one building already.
We are for building maintenance, but custodial wise, we are not.
Yeah, I got you there.
Okay, so yeah, I can lump them both together. It's bringing on 2 more buildings online that one way for either custodian or building maintenance, we have been maintaining or visiting them. We just put in supplies for the EMS stations, but no custodial work is done at the stations. They do their own. So looking
That's
ahead.
David over there sweeping and mopping and.
Absolutely. He says that now. I'm preparing for him when he says, I don't want to do this no more.
No, he's over there.
I believe I was told on the admin side, no, but our crews will continue as they do.
Gotcha.
We're not doing custodial work on the crew side.
So those aren't set in my head, but they're ideas thinking if we can work around it somehow. With a couple extra buildings or a couple extra duties for some of that, I might be stretched to a point to where I might need another building maintenance person too. So that was the only increase in the building fund budget. If you had a question now, or we can do them all at the end.
I have a question, and I don't know if you heard it, I went through and looked at all the windows and the moisture problems in this building. And you were gonna get a bid for the windows at least. And I don't know if that's in here or where it is.
Those type of projects aren't in the budget. There will be that's a CIP type.
It's a CIP special thing. Okay.
I don't think it's on our list. We'd have to put it on the list, but we haven't had a CIP. That's why I mentioned it earlier. We haven't had a CIP session in a while.
Yeah, I haven't, what's in the building fund is right around $20,000 I put in the capital side for new carpet, new paint and and those type of things for, and that doesn't get but maybe one office a year. treasurer's office flooring and paint was a little over 20. The carpet in the courthouse and the courtroom, that was about 22. So those are expensive projects that I've been taking out of budget if I can. And not doing CIP projects. But larger remodels like the fourth floor definitely are CIP type. We did squeeze in this election equipment room out of the budget. And I think the reason that was able to do that was because most of the work was done by Public Works Group.
Okay, so.
Public Works budget, you see it is an increase. We'll start Parks Division, Operations and Fleet. I have a Utilities Division, Administrative Services all included under Public Works. Parks budget within there is about 171,000. Public Works without the parks is right at $4.4 million. I kind of highlighted some of the items that have changed more than 5,000. Unfortunately, all of those were increases, which equals to about $243,000 increase in 3Cs of the Public Works budget. Big items, you asked for the needs over the wants. Vehicle insurance, I think that's a need for most of them, and those I don't have control over what happens with them with that. Gravel, we've been stretched the last few years on gravel. If you looked at the past budgets, it's well under what was budgeted, but that's because I was pretty tight with what we gravel and what we didn't. So far this year, we are out of gravel budget. The snow really did a number, and age on the roads, travel on the roads, does a number to the gravel. So I increased gravel a little bit, but I think that was 20% increase in gravels. The culverts, those are just iffy year to year. The metal culverts that we use for
small and large.
Those are smaller. You typically use smaller than 3 feet diameter. So yeah, those kind of went up a little bit. Siding materials are kind of petroleum based, but they're out there. We make our own signs, so the material that we use to make the signs creeping up there, and then of course asphalt. We are right around 155,000 a mile to do our work. We're trying to do 10 miles, but if we try to lump roads together, so we're not traveling too far between the roads that we do. If you get stuck in the next few years, it looks like we got about 11. And so that bumps up our cost for asphalt overlays. So I guess to really sum it all up, I guess the overall increase in the budget is about $429,000. That includes salaries, which is a total of like 4%.
That includes salaries?
Includes our salary. Our salary increase was 186,000.
Wait, I'll go with, just merit.
That's
What the mayor, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, that's all we present now, it's just the merit increases.
Okay.
Major increases again, the asphalt overlay, gravel and personnel. Those seem to take up a fuel. I think I've been lucky so far. I've not touched my fuel line item, but I think I have and I hope I have a good cushion in there too, or at least
Election year, it's supposed to be coming in.
Well, if you had a crystal ball that tells me where to cut it to,
No, I don't. I'm not gonna try.
But that's the last one I wanna cut back, because if we cut fuel and we don't have enough money for fuel, we can't do much of
Can't
anything.
get a lot done without
So,
fuel.
and then I threw that paragraph in there, looking in the future. Next few years, the best I can, asphalt, gravel, striping. I really struggled with whether I should raise striping prices up or not. Fuel and personnel will be our major items for the budget to consider, probably increases, but depends on how the economy on some of those things go. And all of those are necessary to our purpose and safety. I left you 5 minutes, I think, for questions.
Oh, it's gotta be budget related, doesn't it?
Well,
I got all kinds of other questions, John. Whole list of them. No, I'm just kidding.
I can make something up.
No, you see,
I can make something up, is that what you said?
skip the auction, but the auction basically, anything made from that just gets rolled over into CIP, is that?
Yes, that's where the one I budgeted, 150,000 to transfer into CIP. We are looking at having, I didn't reflect that into this year's, but I think we're gonna have it, we have enough material to have a budget or auction later this fall, at the end of summer. Usually about August. And so that'll add some more money into the auction budget, but that can be transferred at a later time.
You just keep some, because the best cost to have to do the auction, but the rest of it
It
just
costs
goes.
us quite a bit here and there to move stuff around.
Oh, yeah, get it hauled out, get it sorted.
Okay.
I don't have anything else.
Wow.
Like Amanda's next.
Probably on the way.
No, she said.
Oh, is she? Oh, okay. There she is. It's cute. We got an emergency alert from Monday.
Oh, just showed up.
Tornado, it was there Monday. I don't know why it's coming back again. It's weird. Tornado warning till 8 p.m. almost.
Quick, you better go take shelter.
Oh, look at the.
We got a pretty stout basement, you better hurry.
Oh, that's
Goodness,
cute.
we'll send her down there.
That's true. You don't have to go down there. I like to spare the tornado.
The building is pretty sturdy if you just stay away from the windows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The glass will be flying.
Well, I think they're just popping, which you couldn't fly anywhere.
Yeah, they just go.
They've got a lot of air. that comes through.
I don't have to worry about getting fresh air intake in this building.
Oh, and it also got just made
No.
that gas like that. And it's got this trim on the bottom. It's just like, I'll pull it up. What in the heck? It's just the basement was just a mess.
Window in my wife's classroom was bad. And she was talking about it. So I went and talked to myself one day because she said, you can hear, she says, you can feel wind blowing through around this window.
Oh, yeah.
So I went and talked to myself one day.
I'm like, I don't think they're really considering these things.
I talked to some of these that we can't that window washing. Those windows, It's one thing. This fresh.
You can't clean.
I would lean on too hard.
I was kind of worried they were taking those bricks and stuff down that all the stuff that rolled down on the windows. would-
I saw
would
that,
break it.
yeah, that was like, phew,
Fix that.
don't be walking anywhere close to that, that's for sure.
Or even the vibrations from all that,
Oh, it was loud yesterday,
was it?
yeah.
There they cut out that beam right there.
Yeah. Go ahead, Amanda.
Good morning again, Amanda Webb, Planning Director, here with Planning and Development Department's 2025 budget request. I gotta say, following Public Works, mine's pretty easy. So, yeah. Excuse me, so just a few things, and again, this is focusing just on the 3 Cs, not personnel. A couple changes for 2025, I'll just kind of go through. For postage, rate, and shipping, that's always a difficult one, as is the second one I'm talking about, advertising and legal publications. That really all depends on how many applications we receive, which sometimes we can kind of guess, usually not anywhere near. So we just kind of do, that's just the truth.
Unlike us.
Yeah, exactly. You never know what you're gonna get, right? So we just kind of do our best to, to kind of plug in a reasonable number, and usually we shoot pretty well there. So I did bump it up. I did bump up the postage rate and shipping, as you see, just a little bit. 2024 was 1,200. We're not there yet, of course, but we're not even through, halfway through. So it just went $300 up to 1,500, and that's based on what we ended up with in 2023. As you can see, that's a pretty high number. That doesn't mean again that we're going to get anywhere near there, but just to kind of provide a slightly higher cushion for that line item. Advertising and legal publications, again, same kind of situation. It's all dependent on the number of petitions we get, land use petitions. So the ones that need to be published and put in the newspaper and noticed and all of that. So that's where that cost comes from. And when we did the 2023 fee schedule update last year, we did put in a flat fee of $50 for any land use petition that requires notice in the paper, and an additional $50 for any that requires resolution publishing in the newspaper. While that, if you remember, that nowhere near offsets the cost, it still it brings it a little bit closer. So we put just a bit of the onus on the applicant rather than the county to do all of that. So I brought that number down a bit, as you see, both based on what we did in 2023, what we're doing now, and again, we're nowhere near the 4,500 right now, but and that we're assessing that additional fee for folks. So I thought some about it. I didn't want to go too much, but I did want to reflect that we're assessing that additional fee for folks. So I brought it down that 1,500 for 2025's budget. So that was my rationale behind that. And then the other item that will go up a little bit, will go up exactly 5%. That's per our contract for our GovBuilt electronic permitting software. That's a contract we signed a few years ago. Every year we're subject to a 5% annual technology fee increase. So that's what's reflected there. So it was about just under $1,400 increase that we will be responsible for 2025. So again, that's built into their contract. So that's what we have there. So putting those all together, I have a very, very small increase. I mean, the 3 Cs in planning development is pretty well flat for 2025. So that's all with that. Any questions about 93 Cs for planning development or anything I've explained so far? And then the other items I just put on my my memo here, of course, talks about the economic development funds request for the comp plan that we've already talked about. You folks have allocated. I know we talked about that coming from 2024 and 2025. So just wanted to have that reflected in my memo. Make sure I got that right.
But that's not in your budget, right?
Correct. No, not in my budget. That'll come from that separate fund. And then the department strategic plan, no surprise to any of you, I'm sure I'll be before you asking for another person But it'll be a little bit different this year and I'll explain some other things when we do those, next week or the week after. Whenever that, the 20th, thank you. And we'll talk about that a little bit more, but since that's a portion of this memo, I wanted to put that in there, so you see it. And that's pretty much it for planning and development, pretty straightforward. Any questions, comments? Thank you very much.
So Judge Bannister's up next, or with Kathy, maybe we'll be over here for him. I don't know. They're pretty busy right now.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking
Yeah,
of.
there she is.
Right on cue.
Right? 11:30.
11:30, yeah, we'll start 11:30.
Okay, because I left without the judge.
Oh, that's what I was just saying. I didn't know if it was gonna be him or you. I figured since they were busy, it would probably be you. So.
I was like, hey, I'm either for the maybe.
He has indicated their caseload's picked up quite a bit.
We have the public works and ambulance. And so, no, we have the three biggest. All three of the biggest line items in the budget.
We do. People have to cut from EMS since they're getting the new building.
That's.
That's where we're gonna go this year. Okay.
Hey, I'll figure something out.
You say that now, David.
We just start at the top.
I'll have
Yeah.
Josh,
Kind of
no,
salaries.
you can't start at the top. There's so much to do, but it's one's right underneath them.
Oh.
We already told you doing custodial work, so that doesn't require a salary position anymore.
What is
Custodial work. That's what we said you were gonna be doing. That's per hour now.
Oh, no. I don't like the way this one.
I bet not.
If you can get an hourly paid position, my recommendation would be sign up.
Yeah, you know what? She's not wrong.
True.
Yeah, I see what,
And really, but some days that would push. I don't know, my sister brought it to me.
There are days, especially we're pretty self-fulfilled into it.
It's never quite that easy if you ask
Right.
an actual custodian, but the idea is good.
You're not answering questions. It's just.
you're not making decisions.
Mhm.
Don't
Not-
harass.
You're not sending emails to staff saying, get this done. Right, Elizabeth?
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. I was debating on whether I should tell him what else we told him. He said they'd be lucky to talk to HR.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I said, well, nobody wants to come to HR. And he said, at this point, they'll be lucky.
We already heard how you actually speak, so.
Yeah, they would rather that email come from HR, not from me.
Need some caffeine.
That's what mine is. It's usually that. That's Coke Zero.
Just a heads up, John was presenting. John is going to present on Monday the windows for this building.
Oh, good.
So
So you see the numbers.
yeah. So more than doubled from 2010.
Since when?
2010.
Yeah, it's 13 years, 14 years.
It's like one, like 2.5 times.
Well, yeah, these things are not getting cheaper,
No, which is crazy.
but I think that has something to do with the moisture, which too, you see throughout the building. So, it's a mess, we should take care of these things. Sorry, I was just,
I think there's too much debate on what they were gonna do with the building, whether they should do it or not.
well, even if you need to sell it.
True.
So where's my thing? Well, I always take care of things at home. They need to be done, and every place has to. So it's just, you need them, maintenance, you know.
Yeah,
So not gonna get any better.
that is true. That's not true. Only gets worse.
It'll be interesting to see what it is. Can you print me or have some send me these budget presentations?
Oh, sure.
It isn't real rush.
Okay.
I don't want to stress out Richard too much over here. No. He's got 4 minutes.
I don't even know if he uses Teams. I'm waiting to see if he comes running across.
Come in this door. We hold open for him.
Oh.
If you see him walking, I'll go open the door.
We've done it before. We've done it before. We had that special meeting for COVID. That's how we had to do that. Remember that?
Forgot about that, yep.
Yeah. I literally got a call 10 minutes. Hey, we're having a meeting in 10 minutes and I'm all the way across town.
He's got Teams on.
Easy.
Because we normally would come through
Yeah,
that short alley.
but it's kind of blocked right
Yeah.
now.
And that's why I came over here early, because I was like, my
Text him,
normal
tell him if
days.
he wants to come through on the street. I'll open the door.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is. He made it.
I'm saved.
Yeah, you did our presentation.
No, I'm stalling as I'm on my phone.
Are your ears burning?
Looks like you may be ready.
You got a couple minutes, so you got to take a deep breath and do what you need to do.
All right.
The judges are usually early. It's the lawyers that usually aren't.
Yeah.
I would like to perpetuate that notion. I did just finish up court hearing.
Yeah, we know you're busy.
Thanks, how are you? Doing well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, Judge Bannister. All right, well, Commission, thank you for affording me the opportunity to make a few brief oral remarks in support of our budget request. For the most part, as you'll note, we're flat on most of our line items with a few exceptions, which results in the bottom line being a slight increase over our prior year. I'll stand open for questions ultimately, but otherwise I'll just point out the maybe 2 or 3 line items that affected our request. One being juror fees. Just as trials continue to stack up, the number of jury pools to be on the safe side in those summons. We don't want to be in a pinch where we can't proceed at the end of the year because of financial restraints and run into speedy trial issues, and therefore have a case dismissed on some type of technicality in that relation. So we need to make sure we have an adequate margin. The other items were interpreter fees, which are a variable. We can change from year to year. Could be that we come in well under that, but based upon most recent years, we felt like we needed to add a little more cushion to that line item and make sure, again, we don't get in a situation where we can't provide the constitutionally required service and result in an outcome that wouldn't be otherwise based upon the merits. And then finally, transcripts, those are largely a function of, they're not requested, needed for every hearing trial. Oftentimes they are a user fee, depending upon why they're requested, but there are certain aspects that we have to cover. And that's a function of, again, the hearing, the length of the hearing, really amount of pages is how it's determined the cost. But we ran up against that number recently and necessitated us increasing that line item. Overall, I'm aware, as are you, that our department is a fairly small percentage of what the county funds. One primary reason being, as you are aware, we're state employees. And so this is just our operating budget. And not to get outside our area here today, otherwise the county is responsible for facilities too, but the state does pay all of our salaries otherwise. I would hope that at the end of the year, we can return or have some that are unused, but as explained earlier, we just don't want to be caught in a situation where we have an outcome that's based on something other than merits because of financial constraints. If you have particular questions, my court administrator knows this budget better than I do. I'm sure she'd be willing to chime in also. But
Let me pull out my list here. No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't. It's pretty basic here. I understand the jury end of things, and of course you've had quite the increase in cases due to backlog and everything else. That makes total sense.
All right. Well, you know how or when to reach me if something does arise, but thank you for your consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I guess that's it, right? Come back at 2 o'clock. We don't have to fund that next one, I think.
Oh, I just thought you were just.
Oh, no, we were done. That one gets canceled.
They got a building, they want more stuff.
I know, right? Give them a brand new building and it's still not his
To
money.
be honest, but
Well, we could
I know.
move him.
I know.
Yeah, we could move him up.
very well, very well.
On these, we kind of probably wait just in case somebody's listening.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Technically hearings.
They can go back and listen to it.
Nobody's gonna go back and listen to you, David.
Even better.
Nancy might retire today if,
Yeah.
if we keep with those jokes.
Really?
What? What?
Challenge accepted.
Not helpful.
I remember right, we haven't exactly accepted that that retirement letter yet, have we?
That's what I keep telling you guys, you don't have to accept it.
Yeah, that's right.
They-
That's a
He
discussion.
didn't have to come in the next day.
Yeah, that's true too. It's true too.
I think that's a technical thing. I wouldn't want to get into an argument with an attorney over.
Right?
You don't argue with lawyers.
I try not to.
I don't even,
No, you don't even.
that's scary, I never.
No, never.
But yeah, you have to remember the last time he had someone resign, there was a whole conversation how they were gonna get her to come back to work on a regular basis. I think it involved Mr. McKinley, so I don't think anything's off the table.
That's thinking outside the box.
It really is.
I've got a question for you post the meeting. Sure. Real quick. Or actually, maybe both you and Rich. And they had that tornado up in Lincoln. I saw some video on YouTube. These frat boys were taking video of it, and they, all the fraternities and stuff were over there just around the stadium and stuff up there, and they were just shooting and watching it, laughing as it was coming by Memorial Stadium. They must have had maybe a little too much to drink or something.
Can't imagine.
I know.
I imagine.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any of those.
Well, it's the Friday night because the Saturday they had the spring game the next day, so they were doing stuff there, and they were just watching it fall along, and they were just laughing about it.
Oh my gosh, that would have been a statewide disaster, maybe national disaster from our perspective. It would have hit the stadium.
No, it just would have been a disaster for Lincoln. The rest of us wouldn't
No,
care.
the entire state. It would get rebuilt fast, I bet.
So a million people will be mourning.
There's 4 million
What's
of us.
going on there? Says preparing life stream.
That's exciting. Who's doing that?
I didn't touch a thing. No.
You're the only one
He
up
really
there.
does want to listen to you, David. I wasn't lying.
Zoom.
You're the only one up there.
I have not touched a thing. Yeah, you got a camera to prove it.
No, apparently we don't.
We can't see your hands on the keyboard.
Looks like it's down. I don't see the.
The picture isn't appearing.
It's down.
Better call my
I'm
truck.
calling it, Rich. It's
Is it working? Okay. I just don't see where it says it's live.
it's up on Sam wearing the. Oh, and did you? And is it?
It's supposed to be on, it's supposed to be on YouTube though.
It's, so it's working, it's not, it's working live. I think it has some. Hey, can you ask Vivian to check the live stream and see if that's a student secretary live stream, but it appears like it's working, but. There's a. I mean, we might get it on. Yeah, it's a like a message from Zoom saying preparing live stream. Repairing live stream, and we can't see the window.
They all kind of twist. So, yeah. That's the little wiggle room they have.
Sometimes it's minimize it. Wonder.
Clancy, could you work your magic, Clancy?
It's working.
Well, it's close to lunch, let's just.
Are you really wanting to be done? Aren't you?
Well, I guess.
Oh, everyone's really wanting to be done.
You got 2 more weeks of it, or 2 more meetings of this. Plus something happens. Plus, a few more that haven't been scheduled yet.
Yeah, I'm not gonna touch the mouse.
What's the deal with extension too? And we have to do that.
There's gotta be a deadline. They gotta meet that statutory deadline.
Scheduled for later on.
Okay.
We don't have.
Usually got that.
Some years we do that before and some
You
years
got that
we do that
10-day
later.
count.
It's always around whatever their deadline is to actually submit it.
Yeah.
They meet or something on that, don't they?
In progress.
And it can get bounced back and forth.
I think it's, yeah, the Zoom says in progress here.
Yeah, I see it now.
There it is.
It's working.
Okay.
That was just a weird message out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Still blaming David.
Yeah, I
I did not touch a thing.
That'll just come out of your budget. Don't worry about it.
Well, at least you're not taking away a station.
No, we're not gonna do that. That may be all you end up with. We're not gonna do that. And that's just because it's being paid for out of federal dollars.
Right.
I drove by there yesterday. It's kind of nice seeing bare ground.
Yes,
Yeah,
they are working hard,
yes,
so.
they are.
And I did hear you this morning talking about meetings. So we have our first meeting next Tuesday, I believe.
That's what Kelly said last
And
time.
then we'll figure out kind of what that schedule will be.
Okay.
And then from because I figured I'd be doing station updates again, just.
Well, I kind of figured, like I mentioned to him, it'll ebb and flow. There'll be times where it'll be really busy and there'll be times where it's kind of slow.
Sure.
So we get it.
Yep.
They're really excited about it too.
They are,
Yeah.
they are.
Vivian checked it. She says everything's fine.
Okay. I'm just paranoid. Nothing new. When we get to it, I know I'm jumping ahead a full year, but we do really something special for the ribbon cutting.
Yes, I
I have,
have that in my head, but I haven't
Yeah.
given it any thought.
we get closer to, I got a couple
Okay,
ideas off that, so if we want to do it all the time, we don't.
Absolutely. The next thing on my head is the furnishings and getting all that started,
Fair enough.
so. But get this done and then.
Yeah.
You know, March and April are just with the state, all of our state licensing getting done and we've got a list started, but yeah.
Okay. I just think we need to make a big deal out of that.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. David Adams, EMS Ambulance Director with my 2025 budget request. So this budget request includes all personnel, commodities, contract, and capital items for the department. It's based on historical data, current trends, and pricing. So what we have in front of us, a total budget request for 2025 is $6,282,976. So when we break it down personnel wise, the first thing we're talking about standby hours, I want to make sure you understand, you remember that these are billed hours. So these are event standbys in which we bill the event. So in this case, we've increased the event hours by 190 hours across the board of all staff. So due to increased needs for more presence, KSU football games, we've added staff for those first 3 home games because we're just overwhelmed. We have so many patients and it's so hot. So we've added, depending on the temperature, between 2 and 3 extra people for that 8 hours for those games. When it comes to K-State, for the basketball events, we're talking about K-State. K-State in the last year and a half have requested that instead of having 2 people there, where we had 2 people up top in the concourse of the first aid room, they've asked that we have a person on the floor. So we're adding to each home game 1 extra person to K-State athletics, because don't want to split them up and have 1 person up top on their own, 1 person on the court on their own. Then if you have a patient, then you're running up the stairs or you're trying to go take the world's slowest elevator it's in Bramlage. So it's old. So that's a big portion of this. And then, as I stated in here, that Flint Hills Christian School has asked us last year to start being at their home varsity and then JV football games. So we tried it a couple times with on-duty crews, and each time we had an on-duty crew there, they had calls for service in their area, and that where they were quite a bit closer. So we didn't bill them, we didn't charge them for these events because it was on duty and it was kind of a last minute. But when they're paying for it, then they expect that ambulance to be there. So, and then, as I said, those all compensated. We bill for that time. So it's kind of a pass through, if you will. Okay. And then the other big personnel cost, we increased 14 hours for advanced life support providers for training. We mandate 32 hours of training. And if you recall, a couple of years ago, we reduced those hours because what we're doing for some of this training is you can do a hybrid class, which is you read the slides, you read the book, then you go in and you do the hands-on testing or hands-on skills, or you do the full in-person class where you have an instructor, where you have the group and you have discussions. So the last 2 years, we've done hybrid. So for our classes, so the next 2 years, just 7 of those 14 hours would be in person. So because you can't go 4 or 6 years just reading slides, reading off the computer and then going in. And then the other 7 hours was for mental health training for our advanced life support providers. Tawny does have a hybrid program for that. I believe we can do that with some hybrid if we get this budget request approved. But as soon as we know that, we'll start working that out and seeing what we can do that way as well. Their class is a 40-hour in-person class, is the traditional that our supervisors took through with RCPD. But that's just not realistic for our department for 40 hours for all of our advanced life support providers. That's just it's a pretty massive number. And then the 3 C's, the total budgetary request is $370,400, which is an increase of $32,500 in 2024 budget. Most notable increase is increase of $22,000 in patient billing. So, and as you recall, Omni, who does our billing, they charge us 5.25% of all collected revenue. So, 2 years ago, the state increased our funding for our Medicaid patients. They increased it to the Medicare rural rates. And it's taken us a little while to kind of get that number figured out. And then right after we had a pretty good grasp on that, all the private insurers, then they can keep theirs where they are. They can raise it to the Medicare rural rate or do anything in between. Most of them have raised it to the Medicare rural rate. So that's why we kind of under anticipated last year kind of what our revenue was going to be, because we just didn't know what those numbers were going to shake out. So, but since our numbers were up, we collected more revenue last year. That cost of that revenue collection has gone up. So, and then we had to, we've instead of, how do I say this? So that's what that 22,000 is for, is that increased revenue. And then ongoing increases in medical supply costs of $7,000. When it comes to medical supplies, we use multiple vendors. There are some that are proprietary we have to use, for like our cardiac monitors. That company, you have to buy their product. But so many other things, we use the state buying group. And we use multiple vendors, so we don't just buy from one vendor. We really do look and see where we can get the best bang for our buck. And then increase in capital outlay of $2,500. That is to replace. We have some video laryngoscopes that are end of life. We need to replace, and we have some batteries for some different equipment that are end of life that we have to replace. So we're anticipating those costs. And then decreases in the internet access. So in the ambulances, we used to carry little what they call MiFis, the little hockey puck MiFis, and they didn't work very well and they were expensive. So we worked with IT, and we were able to put in a hard-mounted, bigger Wi-Fi system that gives us quite a bit more range, but then we're able to turn around and use the cell phone signal off the cell phones in our trucks. So there was a significant cost savings there. It cost us to put the system in, but there was a significant cost savings there. And then fuel use and protective gear. And I talk about fuel use in a couple different places. Our transfers are up, so we use more fuel, but our fuel costs are down. We're not going as far. We're going to Topeka instead of Kansas City, Wichita, Omaha as much. And we're not driving the Freightliners, which just, got 2 miles to the gallon. So, and then as I spoke of briefly, the anticipated fees collection from insurers is $1,766,036, which is an increase of $213,035. And I've already kind of touched on what those fees came from. Position-wise, nothing has changed there, obviously. And then if you have any questions on anything here. For the most part, we stayed pretty static. Like I said, the other contract services, where we went out for the billing.
Questions? Okay.
I'm certain you didn't budget enough in travel and lodging for you and Josh and I to go to Ireland just on standby for the football game.
Well, I was gonna do that as kind of an add-on.
home game.
Yeah, but they needed us present.
Yes, well, we need to represent Loudoun County.
So what's your position gonna be, Rich?
Assisting David, he needs all kinds of assistance. If you ever see him out there in public.
We've got to send more than you, Rich.
Josh.
The problems of international law that could come up.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
You're not gonna be here. Well, yeah, you will still be here, won't you?
I'm sorry.
Document this whole thing, I'll go.
Hey, let's
And
get
with
too
just
long.
people there.
Yeah, we need to go.
I'm not
Right.
far away from it. I don't wanna know.
This is one where we probably need to go then too, I guess.
You all need to go, yeah, but.
We need to adjust the commission budget when
Yeah.
that comes out.
I don't know.
Our travel doesn't go up.
Yeah, the state travel, okay.
All right, thank you, commissioners.
Thanks, David.
You get lunch, don't you?
Do.
Yeah, you're providing. The last person to, before lunch provides. They didn't tell you that?
They did, you have to provide snacks and meetings. For the building committee.
They don't.
Oh, well.
See that, David? You know the old adage, right?
Been seeing 2 buildings in 2 years. I mean,
Yeah.
This,
anyone feel sorry for you?
Yeah. I don't get it.
yeah, but the pressure of doing that right is, it's pretty big, because if you guys don't like those snacks, I'll never hear that.
Yeah, well,
True.
You'll never hit any of it anyway.
Yeah.
I gotta sign into the CLE thing.
Okay. No, we just got back at 2:05.
Yep. We'll recess for lunch and get back at 2:05. Commissioners.
A couple more.
I gotta go check on my workers' accounts.
Oh. What are they working on?
A privacy fence.
Oh, nice.
Service.
I'm using the English pronunciation. Privacy, that's a much better word.
Sounds fancier.
Go get blood.
You're gonna give blood?
Blood draw.
Oh, blood. Say.
Yeah, I got to go do that too now that I think.
And commissioners, we are live.
Okay. All right, well, here we go. Last couple for the day.
Good afternoon. Megan Lewis with Community Corrections and Director. So as you know, Community Corrections has a complicated funding structure. We've had no increase from our state funding for the past 11 years. And yet with the county's responsibility for administering the program and services to our communities, we've been left with the burden of staffing and maintaining quality services in order to promote public safety and prevent offender recidivism. In 2022, the Board of County Commissioners made the decision to fund the 2023 budgeted portion of personnel expenses not covered by the state in order to ensure that staff is paid equitably as Riley County employees and to prevent layoffs of downsizing of our office. For the 2024 budget, the Board of County Commissioners funded the portion of personnel expenses not covered by the continued flat funding by the state. Community Corrections requested $87,324 in appropriations, which was approved. And then the commissioners also approved a 5% COLA for the 2024 budget, which amounted to $38,242 for community corrections. That was a total of $125,566 for 2024. So some things about community corrections. We work to provide risk reduction services for the 21st Judicial District with the ultimate goal of promoting public safety while reducing recidivism. Our department is comprised of 9 full-time staff and anywhere from 4 to 6 part-time juvenile on-call staff. The average daily population is 117 adult felony offenders, 10 juvenile felony offenders, and 35 juveniles under the Youth Court Intermediate Intervention Program. In addition to that, in 2023, a total of 191 juvenile intakes were conducted. Some of the programming that we offer here in the community includes adult felony supervision, adult drug court, cognitive behavioral education, juvenile felony supervision, juvenile case management, youth court immediate intervention program supervision, as well as random drug testing 7 days a week. Intake, our juvenile intake program is staffed 24/7, 365 days a year. We offer parent project and loving solution parent education classes, as well as job club for our unemployed clients and electronic monitoring. Our agency supervises high-risk clients that have been convicted of a variety of offenses, including manslaughter, aggravated battery, domestic battery, assault, burglary, robbery, drug offenses, including simple possession, distribution, intent to distribute, manufacture, and a number of sexual cases or sexual offenses. Community corrections staff work with clients to identify and address their risks and needs in order to promote public safety and reduce recidivism. We have 10 different funding sources in addition to funds allocated by Riley County, and we operate on a fiscal calendar for the funding. However, the personnel budget operates on an annual basis, and therefore it takes a deep understanding of how to apply funding to our expenses. Unfortunately, the funding sources reported for the 2024 budget were inaccurate and caused the appropriations request commissioners to be significantly lower than was required to operate the department for the 2024 calendar year. For 2024, the appropriate request should have been $137,225 without the COLA, which would be in line with the 2025 budget request of $156,744 without COLA. In order to make the 2024 budget balance with the incorrect funding request, budget and finance officer, as well as human resources, have worked tirelessly with us, and a few different changes were made. We reduced our intake hours by 230. We had a retirement payout, which was in the amount of $7,457.37. We have an interim director instead of replacing the director in a permanent position for a savings of $3,634.99. And then we've left the position vacant for a savings of $35,931.68. So our fiscal impact for 2025 is community corrections personnel budget shortfall from all other funding sources is $156,744. This amount requested for the 2025 budget allocations without COLA.
I guess one of the first questions that I have is what is Clay County going to kick in for this or pay for it? Are they going to pay for this $35,000?
It's a very good question. We have scheduled to be put on their agenda for May 20th at 11 o'clock. So Brittany and Elizabeth and I are going to work after our meeting today and work to find out kind of what the number is, what our ask is going to be total, and then move forward with that.
Okay, and this is mainly for personnel. This was for you or?
Yes,
Yeah.
this was the position that
And
it's
for
making right now.
Clayton. And then there's office expense and all that kind of other thing that we pay for.
That amount comes from the state. So that the office
State.
expenses does come from the state allocation.
So it's just personnel
Just personnel.
in Clay County. Okay, well, that would help some.
Well, I'm gonna be of the opinion that they kind of need to pay for it. I'm of the opinion, just in general, I'm not just picking on you guys, but we need to quit subsidizing other counties and the state of Kansas. And that's gonna be kind of where I'm at, just along all
Along the
departments.
board,
And
yeah.
it isn't just you guys in this realm, there's several departments where we're gonna have to make that decision, but that's the decision I'm making.
Thanks, Mr. Ford. I don't take it personally. And that's why we scheduled that appointment. It was brought up at one of our other meetings, and so we wanted to be proactive and get on our calendar.
While we're on live stream and the public and media is listening, I mean, taxpayers in Riley County are paying for services in Riley County that needs to come back to Riley County, and other counties and the state needs to take care of that through their funds. We shouldn't be subsidizing other entities.
Well, and I think I'm of that opinion too. But how would it impact your program if that was left vacant, if they didn't pay for it?
So we still get the funding. The position has to be covered. So we get the funding from the state, and there would have to be a breakdown of what portion the state gives us for operations in their allocation that would have to go to Clay County to separate that out. And that would be a lot of different meetings and decisions that would have to be made. However, we'd have to sit down and figure that part out.
Okay.
So the state allocation is supposed to cover Riley and Clay.
It is the judicial district.
But we've never asked Clay to contribute before, right?
We don't have any record of ever asking them previously, no. I have been in my position in Clay, or had been for 15 years, and in that time, there was never a request for any personnel expenses.
And there are, Megan, there are shared programs. We call that the
Yeah.
office in Clay County, but you share programs. I know you taught the juvenile class.
Yes, so Parent Project and Loving Solutions is a shared program between Riley and Clay counties. So that work is done for both counties, as well as some of the things we were brainstorming, juvenile intake and assessment. Those workers that are on call overnights, they cover both counties during that time. So when I say we're gonna sit down and kind of really figure out the number, it really isn't just for the position that I vacated. There's some other personnel expenses there that we would like
And
to.
those are all things that occur in Clay County and no place else, correct?
Well, they occur both. And so just to figure out what that's.
That's what I want to make clear is that some of the way that they have their program arranged, there is just a lot of overlap that's from both counties. And so I don't think Megan's saying we can't tell you what portion goes to Clay County, but there's just different ways to think about it. Do we do it by population? Do we do it by numbers of, offenders that they work with? It's not just simply that the person sitting in Clay County that is that $35,000 line item right now only serves Clay County. So with it, again, something we can figure out, but we don't know that off the cuff.
That's something we need to figure out.
Yeah, we agree. And it's on our agenda. Obviously, she got us time on the 20th, and now we have to go and create the request.
Yeah, and that 35,000 that's on here, that isn't for a year, that's for 5 or 6 months. Yeah, so it's, more than that, plus the intake people that have to go up to Clay County and stuff like that.
Yes.
That really has to be a complicated thing, but they need to be aware of that.
And the other thing I wanted to say is we haven't asked Clay County because we hadn't asked any of the counties for funding until 2022. And what spurred that is that we did the salary study. We figured out where everyone needed to be. They are employees of Riley County. And so we made the request to keep them on our pay scale. And the request came to Riley County. And now we're in the, this will be the third year. And so you had made the request earlier, saying, well, I haven't asked Clay County, and that's what we need to do. So it's not something that we thought of to do, and now we are.
Absolutely.
And who's filling Clay County now?
several of our staff, so
Everybody's just juggling as needed.
absolutely, yes, we're making it work to get through. It's not effective, I will tell you that. We're doing the best we can in the current situation. That's not what they would prefer, I think.
And this isn't anything, make sure it's I know the whole, you've been dropped in the middle of situations been going on for a while.
I appreciate that. Do you have any other questions?
I think here with the sudden change in numbers, we need maybe a plan A and a plan B. And instead of maybe trying to chew this off all in maybe one budget cycle, maybe how we can break that up maybe into two. Maybe that's something we can bring back to the Budget and Finance Committee and see, just so we have a couple of different options to kind of work through as we work through their budgetary process.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that you could tackle a deficit like this, and we can do it through services, we can do it through the number of personnel, we can do it through the pay scales, so there's a lot of, but potentially building that back up over several years might be something we could try to figure out.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would like to thank Elizabeth, you and Brittany for working really hard with this, because I know you spent a lot of time figuring this out, and this is not an easy situation.
Not on just this particular one, but for quite a long
Quite a
time.
while, yeah. But I appreciate all your work on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I haven't sent this yet. It's requested.
Yeah.
Here we go. I have an appointment at 4, so we can't go past that.
No.
No, it's not.
Okay, know where you're going with that, no.
Timmy made to realize what your terror was all about.
If we wait till Monday. It's not turning out to be a really big Thursday, unfortunately. It's a couple different fronts. You're gonna have to make a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to recess as the Board of County Commissioners and reconvene as the Board of County Health.
Second.
Then you second to recess as the Board of County Commission and then reconvene as the Board of County Health. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good afternoon. It does my, here, just put everybody this.
That was a long budget packet there too, I might add, Julie.
Yeah.
I went to pick it up, and I was like, man, this is kind of heavy.
31 pages.
Well, there's a lot there.
Skip to the funny one.
All right. All right, so as usual, I have my PowerPoint that Shelley has updated. Thank you, Shelley. And I have with me Shelley, our fiscal analyst, and Heather came along, our CCL supervisor, as I have some more numbers to share with you from the CCL department. So this is a summary of our 2025 budget request. Our county request is funding at $1,953,333. We do have a beginning balance, which will include our carryover request of $350,519. You can see from the pie charts here where most of our revenues come from. Majority is grant funded, as it usually is, making up for 53% of our total revenues, with another 32% from county, 6% from carryover, 7% from insurance, 1% from self-pay, and 1% from CanCare. The majority of our expenses, of course, are personnel, 79%, with 14% contractual services and 7% commodities. So digging into each fund individually, this is our general fund. Total revenue here does include the request for funding from the county. Our expenses under the general fund go to personnel, including 5 FTEs. One includes our health educator and accreditation coordinator. Part of her time is spent on gathering documents and preparing for accreditation, which happens every 5 years. This is not something that's required of the state, but definitely is seen as needed by us. As you probably know, it displays transparency when we're accredited and also trust in the community. It shows that the health department has high standards and we display quality improvement, accountability, and high performance. Emergency preparedness, of course, is broken up into 2 funds. We have our Wildcat region, which includes the 3 counties, Geary, Potawatomi, and Riley County. And then the other one is our local emergency preparedness, which covers 1 FTE.
Where are the, is that state funding coming for that?
Yeah.
For all 3 of those
This is
counties covers that 100%?
Yes, I believe so, right?
Yeah, it's federal money that's funded through the state.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was right. For a total of 0.3 full-time employees, however that works out.
Yeah. Shelley works for Magic.
I know.
But
Yeah, very short. Yeah, very short.
And yeah, she mentioned the MRCs on there as well. That's rather new. WIC funds are pretty simple. Expenses go to personnel, funding 11.13 FTEs, which includes all of our dietitians, the clerks, the supervisor, and the breastfeeding consultant. And then we have our Becoming a Mom Fund. This does not cover any FTEs. Basically, if we don't get this, we can't spend the money. This goes for incentives for our Becoming a Mom classes. We usually apply for mini grants through the Injury Prevention Grant through KDHE or through Greater Manhattan Community Foundation. And then childcare licensing, I'll have more on this, but pretty simple right here. In this slide, it covers the 4 FTEs to include Heather's position and her 3 specialists. And then our family planning, of course, is all administered in our clinic. This comes with that aid to local package. This funds our reproductive health clinic, supports individuals and couples in planning and to identify and treat other minor gynecological diseases. There is a match from the county on this one at 40%. And then immunization action plan also covers part of our clinic to include 3 FTEs. We are able to offer both adult and child immunizations here. And then the MCH is actually broken up into 2 funds. So you have our general MCH fund, and then the Healthy Families Program or Outreach Prevention and Early Intervention Fund. MCH covers 3.25 FTEs, and the OPEI covers 4.75 FTEs. This includes our 2 nurses, social workers, bilingual navigator, the clerk, and the supervisor. Then Raising Riley covers 7 FTEs to include all of their staff, including their engagement specialists, early childhood facilitators, literacy facilitator, clerk, and the supervisor. And then state formula is kind of the catch-all for anything that's not covered under any other fund. So a huge chunk of Debbie Shaver's salary comes from this. Debbie's our communicable disease nurse, as well as portions of other nurses and clinic staff that aren't directly allocated to programs such as family planning or immunization. And then additional services, as requested, we were requested to address during this budget cycle anything that we're not required to have, but we do. And we've always, well, not always, but since I've been here and prior to me being here, we have led the Safe Kids Coalition. So we are one of 28 counties that has a Safe Kids Coalition, and that's always been under the health department. We do dedicate 5% of Sarah Haybarker's time to this. She's one of our NCH staff. So she does lead the meetings and organizes all of the events. They do things like the car seat check lane. They're out at outreach events to give out bike helmets and things like that. Other organizations are part of this, but it is under the contract that we have dedicated part of our staff's time to this. This is not something that's requested by the state, but I wanted to make you aware of this. And then with that, that's the end of that presentation, but I do have some more information on childcare licensing. Shelley has put this information together for you to show revenues that come in. And this is from the 2023 calendar year, just to give you a full look at what we have. So during that year, you can see what the grant brought in. The current grant amount is listed there as well. But we wanted to be able to show you fees that come in from each county individually. So these are fees for just starting up their business, or if they get cited, they have fees for that as well. And then the expenses are down there. So of course, our expenses far outweigh the revenue, what we bring in. And we can get more detailed. We're actually working on more details for you, more detailed numbers to show how many hours exactly we spend in each county. It's just taking some time to come up with those numbers. Do you have any questions right now?
Probably will on this one.
Yeah, there's a lot there. We do have, 15,000, 17,000 of fees that have not been paid over the years by these childcare providers. There's really no enforcement on our part. We can keep sending them invoices and reminders, but we really don't have any other way to enforce that.
I'd love to have a way to do that.
And there's only two options there. Continue to provide the service for basically free or end it. It's sad because we need it. There's no doubt about it. But
The program, but we can try to do the set off program. Yeah, we could try doing the set off program where it takes it from their tax returns. A lot of other childcare, they do, the health departments do that for the childcare. I know which Sedgwick County and Johnson County do.
and the difference there, if I'm looking at it right, it's a little over $109,000. I mean, it's pretty significant.
Yeah.
And I think the final straw here, and this is against nobody at the health department, any of the worker efforts that you guys are doing, but the state put the government competition legislation in current tax bill. Childcare is included in that. So if we're competing in the market with childcare, it counts against us, and we have to return tax revenue to everybody that's competing in that same field. Now, there's not yet. The governor can still be
Legislative, but she's a veto.
yeah, which he hasn't yet. So besides all that, but so there's revenue loss that comes back to us, and then the state comes back and says, well, here's a little bit of money, help us out in this county, and this county, and this county. To me, that's a slap in all of our faces. So something has to give there.
And Riley County always has put in for the Riley County positions.
Yes. Yeah.
So.
And I want to make sure that we continue with that. I mean, our dollars should take care of that. And in fact, whatever's left over out of that amount should come back for child care services here in Riley County. It should stay for that.
I just hate to see people lose their jobs.
Yeah.
So.
But we can continue to find a way to work through that and make that happen. But
Sure.
this isn't just with the health department. We just had the same discussion with community corrections. There's some things in the treasurer's department that we're going to have to discuss, but it's tough. But I don't want to keep subsidizing the state and other entities with local ad valorem that needs to stay within our county.
Yeah, understood. We can continue to have discussions
Sure.
with the state
Sure.
as well.
Yeah. I did catch Derek's letter, so. And I hope maybe that does something. Maybe they do put in more to it. Maybe it does cover those and we can continue on.
Yeah, agreed.
Do we ever break these out like in Riley County? Manhattan is a big piece of that. I'm sure you see a lot of Raleigh or Manhattan people. You're just showing the counties now. Is there any way does the city contribute, the city of Manhattan contribute at all?
No.
Now you're going back to when we were the joint
I know.
city county health
I know,
department
but-
65-45, and the answer to that is that's why they got out of that. They wanted to get away from their tax burden, which they legally could.
I was just curious and,
Remember, I asked the question on Pawnee side, on the
Yeah.
mental health side too.
yeah, that's true.
Very little there too, so. I think when you look at that, you look at the overall umbrella of the county and you include the municipalities within that. And that's
Well-
fair, but I mean,
If we didn't have all these other counties, we could put that into Riley County.
yeah, and I'm perfectly okay with that.
Take care of it.
Yeah, perfectly okay with that. Yeah, I'm not trying to take money and put it someplace else. It needs to be for this, but it needs to be for Riley County. Sure. Yeah.
Well, and then
My fear is our grant ends
that,
June 31st.
Yeah.
And Like we're gonna,
that's what I was on, this is the grant. When we get it, does it break down saying this much is for Riley County, this much for Dickinson, and this much for Clay? Is it broken down when we get it? That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I'll get you
Yeah,
those.
yeah. Looks like we need to do that pretty quickly then. I forgot about the state being on the
Yeah.
mid-year schedule and sitting in.
I'll get you those.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
That'd be interesting. How much of that grant is from the
Yeah.
for the others, compared to what we spend here.
Once again, if we're getting beat on. I'd be more than willing to use all that to help childcare if it's here.
Yeah. There's a lot of,
And we have a lot of need.
yeah.
And I'm sure Potawatomi and Gary and Dickinson and Clay County do too, per capita, if you break it down,
Hmm.
smaller figures, but. I'm not trying to take care of 5 or 6 counties and do the duties and responsibilities of the state, and the state wants to just stab you in the back. I'm gonna be blunt about it.
Well,
When they decided to punish us for trying to help out with childcare and the tax bill, that becomes kind of the last straw for me.
do they have other things in there too? Is that still the old bill that had like,
They didn't put it all in there, yeah.
Healthcare,
Fitness.
restaurants, or fitness,
fitness?
restaurants and childcare.
Yeah. They had 9 originally and they, 8 or 9, and they worked it down to those 3. And childcare is one of the biggest needs that everybody has. You think you would want everybody collaborating and working together to figure out solutions for it. Not when you're the Kansas legislature. And I'll be fair, it's, yeah, that's true. And I was just fixing to say, it's not all the legislators up there either, in all fairness, but just enough of a majority to make that
The
happen.
right positions.
Mhm.
Who were the big lobbyists behind it? John, was it? There were some lobbyists that originally, when that bill was proposed, there was.
That bill comes from Genesis, the people
Yeah.
that own Genesis.
Like to pay their taxes.
Right. So you
But
can,
there was another lobby, there's some other big company that was was behind that too. I can't remember.
Oh, it's a group out of Wichita. They're not, I don't remember their names right off the top of my head.
But I think that's why they brought in a couple others, so everybody wouldn't say, oh, it's just Genesis. They don't know we're helping all these people.
And keep in mind, it's not straight across the board. There's certain stipulations with it, like, it only affects like fitness centers that are within a certain radius or certain like, and so.
Well, it
it's-
has to have been started. County has to have had one
Yeah,
before they did it or after they started one after they wrote it.
and they rewrote bits and pieces of that.
It's been scrambled so many times.
Yeah.
The final version of it.
It's a runny egg.
So would it stop us from dedicating a space with workout equipment
Yeah,
for our
it
employees?
could. If we had a fitness center close by, that was private, yeah, certainly would.
If we just take,
Because they would, the argument would be that we're, our employees, they wouldn't be using those facilities and spending those dollars there.
There's a question whether they could, in fact, the city has those recreation complexes, those are competition.
yeah,
And if we provide food at the jail, then we're instead of hiring someone else outside.
Mhm.
And childcare, K-State has childcare.
Yep.
Mhm.
You know.
Yep.
And there's the rec center at K-State count.
And the rec center.
yeah.
And childcare is,
Yeah,
out of all those, childcare is the most troubling. I mean, you have a lot of competition in those other areas in our community, but childcare.
and you have a need, yeah.
And employers, including the county, should be able to assist that community need, but.
It's just, it's all discombobulated. So, well, first things first, we need a motion.
Oh, okay. I'll move to recess as the Board of Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
I would second that.
Then moved and seconded to recess as the Board of County Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commission. All in favor?
Aye.
Speaking of other dumb statutes.
Do we have to do that every time they come in, or is just
Yeah.
a monthly meeting? Are we supposed to do that?
Statutorily, we have to do that, don't we?
Well, actually,
No, you don't. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Clancy.
Something about that.
well, Casey recommended it years ago. This goes back to around the time that we went from being consolidated to the city to a joint to being standalone. They started encouraging counties to be more formal. Like, it's really a highlight for the people who are the citizens that you're serving that function. Now you're acting as the board of health. I mean, that's the point of it. But if you did, if some county doesn't invalidate what you do. You're still a board of health.
Don't remember that being the case during COVID.
That was even more reason to do it.
Doesn't the statute say we're required to have a monthly meeting of the health department, but it doesn't say anything about every time they come in?
I don't remember the monthly meeting, but I'm not doubting it's there. It's just one of the times since I looked at anything like that, but just going in and out of that is for the purposes of, again, it's
Just to let people know. It's no big deal, but I was just kind of wondering.
well, it's a good way of showing people that are paying attention that you have that function. It's much like when they see an ambulance. It would be nice if they knew the county paid for that. It's running around the city, it's county ambulance.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Well, that being said, I would make a motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
And moved and seconded to adjourn the May 9th meeting of the